Welcome to the conference Coherent Action, Incoherent Cinema. Welcome to the Hackische Höfe Cinema in Berlin Mitte, which is currently waiting for its audience to return, as you can see. Thank you for tuning in today, and hopefully during the next days to share your attention and your love for cinema. In this now half virtual, but obviously very real space, which has been supporting the Berlin Critics Week and our events in the most welcoming way since the beginning. My name is Dennis Vetter. I am today the artistic director of the Berlin Critics Week, and I have learned one or two things during the past 7 years. The reason for this was in many ways my involvement in this project, and in particular my encounters with you who are now listening and watching. Many of you know how the Woche, as we say, started as a very fragile project with a tiny team and almost without any budget, and also how this little event turned out to be stubborn and energetic enough to become over time some kind of counterpart to the Berlinale, which it hopefully remains for many more years to come. This year, the Berlinale doesn't take place as usual for the first time during Critics Week. And there is a certain void, an absence of physical film culture, which has been puzzling many of us in recent months, obviously. A void that surrounds the Critics Week at this very moment, and a void that can, I hope, help this project to reinterrogate itself in unexpected ways, perhaps rediscover itself, and then hopefully understand some next steps needed for cinema and film culture. Tomorrow, we will try to be brave and discuss the future with you. In the closing panel of this very conference, the discussion is titled "Making Future Love Tonight." And after that, of course, there will be no questions left unanswered. Film criticism can get you very far, said critic Verena Lüken recently in a panel discussion we organized as German Film Critics Association. She said that film criticism is a discipline that is well suited to the analysis of the present in many respects. Its task is to decipher all those images that supposedly explain the world to us. I adore the fact that film criticism makes things and images in particular so complicated in the best sense of the word. And I would like to thank all those who support the discipline of criticism through their actions, of course, and words. In particular, I would like to thank our funding partners for supporting Berlin Critics Week. Thank you, Hauptstadt Kulturfonds. Thank you, Stiftung Kulturwerk of VG Bildkunst, and thank you, Rudolf Augstein Foundation. While I was thanking you, a thought came back, of course, which keeps puzzling me still. Since I started talking, I've been wondering who actually is sitting on the other side of the camera I'm now talking to. And I'm of course very curious what Frederick Jäger is thinking now about the sense of consequence and the Incoherent Cinema and the Berlin Critics Week. After all, he suggested the title of this event, and as my former partner in crime, he initiated this project and started it with Dunja Bialas, Klaus Löser, Jennifer Bormann, and me. And all of us proclaimed the idea of an activist film criticism, a film criticism that interferes and takes the initiative, firstly by creating a film program to present and discuss. Hence our slogan, which still remains valid, film criticism as agenda. But then it's also a slogan, says the materialist in me, I guess, and this is a conference on coherent actions. So I'm thinking also about those who have been literally materializing this project over the years, and I want to thank them. maybe they have acted more coherently than me, and they have made it what it is today. So I'm wondering, what do Vivian Buchhorn, Michael Hack, Jendrik Valendi think now? And obviously I'm concerned with the question of whether a project like the Berlin Critics Week, which was born out of heart and soul and mutual inspiration and friendship, can be consistent and remain true to itself without those who actually brought it into being. The personal touch of this speech and my slight melancholy that maybe resonates in it have a certain systemic relevance, at least I hope so. I believe it is the task of any project committed to critique and critical art to continually reveal its own structures anew and to question them on an ongoing basis. Critics Week has always been a project in which we tried to mirror, through the way we organized ourselves, what we articulated as a demand and desired consequence towards other initiatives and cultural policy as a whole, to face invisible hierarchies, privileges, operational blindness, territorial thinking, and status politics that make all participants of film culture smaller and more inert than they could and actually should be. 2020 has shown that the ability to develop thoughtfully and structurally is all the more needed when familiar strategies of keeping film culture vital no longer work. Actually, and this gives me confidence, I can imagine quite well how today's team members of the Berlin Critics Week feel about all these questions, for which, however, it is neither my task nor my intention to speak. Together with Elena Friedrich, without whom the Critics Week might no longer exist today, I invited a group of people last year to maintain this platform of criticism together and to continue thinking about it. Our invitation was to do this collectively in the future. So possibly next year, in my place, you might be greeted by Charlie Bendish, Amos Borchardt, Elena Friedrich, Istvan Gyöngyösi, Julia Lübbecke, or Petra Palmer, or maybe all of us together, maybe also on stage. I took over the position of the artistic director of this project from Frederik Jäger in order to transform it and to reinvent the artistic direction of Critics Week as a collective task. Hopefully, through this kind of reinvention, this project can remain unpredictable and that it will keep surprising you and us who are part of it in the coming years. So strictly speaking, I hereby step back, at least in part, as the sole artistic director of this project, and hope the future will be exciting for all of us. And I have another quote for you actually from one of our guests. Collectives are purely idealist. This is what B. Ruby Rich told me a few weeks ago in a preparation call, perhaps because she knew exactly that this very statement would probably further challenge me to act in the opposite way. Since our conversation, I have become all the more aware of the way how statements and images that inspire me most and provoke me to grow are not necessarily those whose consequences I can foresee. What Ruby said kept me wondering whether living coherently actually means defending one's own idealism unconditionally and where the border lies to becoming stubborn. The only answer I could come up with was that without idealism, at any rate, it would be a bland world, poorer for art and certainly poorer for criticism. And I hope that criticism will never merely be content with language and thought as basis for action, but will keep burning for them. As you know, in a moment, Ruby will also tell you a few things. And now you also know that I'm quite a fan. But still, I recommend to listen up. And I also want to mention what else is up for today. Afterwards, we will see a panel with Juliane Rebentisch, Philipp Scheffner, Merle Kröger, and Victor Guimarães. They will discuss what it means to act according to rules or to rebel against them, and what autonomy is all about. We will also present a lecture by filmmaker Sunil Sansgiri, whose work we also show in the program. And this first conference day will close with a film program and discussion between Garrett Bradley and Kevin Jerome Everson. By the end of the day, you will hopefully have gained some insights into what coherence can actually mean in relation to film aesthetics. Although I have to admit that the questions we will raise today might keep us busy at least until Critics Week 2022. So there's a lot to come, and I better get to the point. I wish you some challenging viewing experiences in the coming days in the frame of Critics Week. I hope you will follow all our debates also beyond the conference. And I promise you at least one thing, that this year, even our debates and lectures will be maybe little films to watch on your screen. So Ruby, the screen is yours, and let's tune you in.
There you go. I'm on.
Yes,
am I
now
not?
we can hear you.
Very good.
Welcome.
Excellent.
Great
Thank
to have you with us.
Thank you, Dennis. Let's see. I really appreciate the invitation. Bravo for continuing in these circumstances. And thanks to you, Dennis, as well as to Charlie Bendish and Petra Palmer for orienting me to your process and to this event of which I am part. And thank you for staying on the screen so I don't have just a blank in front of me. This is very helpful. Okay, I'm going to start with a sort of motto that I came up with for Film Quarterly that I've been editing since 2013. And it appears at the top of our submissions page where it is regularly ignored. And it says, in brief, why this, why now? And I will try to take that to heart today. So, towards a consequential criticism. Whatever. It's easy to be cynical. I'm frequently guilty of that, but I don't want to be on this occasion, okay? What does criticism do? Whom do we as critics talk to? Who do we speak for? Do we speak only to each other? What is consequential for film criticism? What would that be? What is its function, our function, anyway? To get people to see the films that we want them to see? To curry favor with the filmmakers or actors or actresses with whom we would like to be associated, like the scandal that's just erupted, the faux scandal over the Hollywood Foreign Press Corps, which has never been taken seriously anyway and could have been exposed decades ago, but perhaps it was still more useful then, before lockdown? Is it to curry favor with the established critics whose notice we hope for, whose attention we crave, whose jobs we desire? Or is it sometimes perhaps to shape how audiences see film, see video, see online media, how they interpret images, how they absorb narratives, how they recognize falsity, how they understand the delivery systems that deliver this work to them and deliver them and us to these spaces. This has always been my stance. Long ago, I was accused by another critic, a fellow critic. She said to me, "You don't write reviews," she said scornfully. "You don't write objective reviews, you champion work." And she said this with great disgust. And I've worn it as a badge of honor ever since, yes. You might say now I champion consequence. My approach to criticism is actually pretty transparent and pretty easily guessed from my own origin moments. I come out of the film exhibition world and the world of weekly papers of the 1970s. I know I date myself here, but it's an indisputable fact. I started my life in film in Chicago in the 1970s, selling tickets at the Film Center of the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. And eventually, when I left there, writing for the Chicago Reader, one of the great metropolitan free weeklies. And I was lucky to come of age in this field in the kind of golden age of alternative exhibition, when these very first spaces were being opened and trying to create a new way of encountering cinema, encountering audiences, and creating a field. And it's 50 years ago this year that the Pacific Film Archive opened its doors, and it became the model for all the rest. I know that my boss back then, the woman who hired me, modeled her grant application to the National Endowment for the Arts on the PFA. And one of the requirements that the federal money came with was the requirement to have program notes to educate the audience. And that was my first writing. My first writing was program notes. And that came with all kinds of freedoms and constraints. I could say whatever I wanted because nobody would see it before I went to the printer, before it went to the printer. This was a time before computers. It was a time before video. The 60mm prints would sometimes arrive so late that I only had the night before to watch the film and write about it. And keep in mind that sometimes in those days, curators had to book films in order to see them. Therefore, they were programming sometimes blind. And there I would be at midnight in my loft with a 16mm projector running, watching this film and desperately trying to imagine what to say about it in time to deliver it to the printer on the corner the next morning, so that in turn those notes could be delivered to the theater at the Art Institute of Chicago by 5 o'clock that evening. Written on a typewriter, pre-computer, pre-word processing, on a typewriter, so that I would get to the last page of the notes in the format and have to think quickly, oh God, how can I wrap this up? What is my conclusion? What can I say on this page that I have left? So this was a great training with very obvious constraints. I could not have any spoilers. I could not give away the plot. The audience was sitting in the hall to read these notes. And by the way, I couldn't attack the film they were about to see. So if I hated it, if I had not programmed it myself, I had to find a route through nuance to say something, to prepare them to receive it, if not with open arms, at least with open eyes. And so therefore, I was trained in the diligent practice of instant response, a bit of dissembling, a lot of nuance. And what I learned was how to translate what was on the screen to what was on the page, how to be open about work, how to create the conditions for an audience to be open about what I wanted them to see. And this was a kind of crucible, this crucible of film exhibition, criticism as a response, coming in as a blank slate and figuring out from there what to value, coming in not with an agenda, not with a checklist, but with an open heart. And as a result, my experience of film has always been one of sociality. It's always been an experience of formation, of seeing film in Congress, in the crowd, in a public, in a space. And also, it's always been a relationship of humility, because by the end of the evening, I would see my precious words thrown onto the floor and stomped by the crowd leaving the theater, hopefully the crowd, not always. And because I didn't have the ability with these notes to get anyone there, I had to just settle for whoever was already showing up and work with that. And so it gave me a humility about what I could achieve with these words as they would be thrown away by the end of the evening by most patrons. But this experience shaped my commitment to the commons, shaped my commitment to the public sphere, to the places where I learned what I know. This was my school, this was my workshop. And this was Chicago in the 1970s. And I'm very much a product of that time and those years, because it was when Jump Cut was starting, and later in the 70s, I began to work on Jump Cut every Sunday afternoon, doing, I'm embarrassed to say, ideological editing of the highest caliber. It's also where Peter Wolin and Laura Mulvey were at Northwestern University. He was teaching. She was a faculty wife. She had not yet written about film at all. At the Film Center, I got an education from all the filmmakers that came through, that erudite first generation. Alberto Cavalcanti came, King Vidor came, the Thorndikes, Albert and Annalie Thorndike from Leipzig came. I had what you might see as an old-fashioned apprenticeship. And lots of critics came as well, or I got them to write for me. God knows, my nerve. And as a result, I learned by what I still think of as a kind of social osmosis that still forms me. But of course, it was limited. What were we showing? What was on offer? The history of Hollywood classic cinema, Billy Wilder, of European cinema, Claude Chabrol, Fassbinder, Herzog, and of course, above all, the American avant-garde. One week it would be Stan Brakhage, another week the Kuchars, another week Gunvor Nelson. All of the greats of that moment came through. But overwhelmingly, it was the men that tromped across the stage. And why I finally gave up curating. I decided I didn't like being a groupie anymore. And I began to see the limits of what we could show. And I began to try to address that with my own programming as I got more and more influence. I staged a festival with a bunch of pals of women's films. I staged a festival in 1976 of revolutionary film for the bicentennial of the United States that was mostly being observed with John Ford retrospectives and the Western genre films. And then I outgrew it. I left the film center. I began to write for the reader. I began to teach. And my first book, Chick Flicks, started with a quote from Chris Marker: "History throws its empty bottles out the window." I felt ever since these years that I've been trying to recapture them and get people to pay attention to how these histories have been charted, how they've been constructed, how they've been made. In that first book, years before the Me Too movement, that first book, Chick Flicks, Theories and Memories of the Feminist Film Movement, I had an article on Julie Christie, who I had interviewed because she was starring in Sally Potter's first feature, Gold Diggers, before Orlando. And I had a wonderful conversation with her. And one of the things I asked her was this: why do you think there haven't been more women's films made? Why do you think women have such a hard time? Because she talked so eloquently of what it meant to her to work on this all-woman crew, to make that film, to work in that cast. And she said, "No doubt women have different consciousness. Perhaps the men," who she pointed out were all the ones greenlighting films and running studios, "perhaps the men cannot see what's being offered to them by women as very interesting." And that always stuck with me. And it was more even than that, because Sally Potter then was punished for having stolen Julie Christie away from the boys and put her in her film. Just as in France, in a parallel time, Delphine Seyrig was punished for starting up the Simone de Beauvoir archive, championing women and fighting against the kinds of roles that so many women were being asked to play. And she was then shut out of the paying French movie industry and never cast again, except in the films that began to use her, the films of Chantal Akerman, the films of Ulrike Oettinger, the other films that came along in the wake of these. And so I escaped that fate as a critic. I became instead interested in these alternative hierarchies, the power structures that were shaping what we got to see, what I got to write about, what you as audiences got to see, what you as professors got to study and teach. And I think as critics, we have to be careful. We should never, ever be content to simply review a film or study a text as the academics would have it. It's crucial to pay attention to the landscapes, to the roots, to the ownership of the territory, to the adjacent real estate. It's crucial to cast a wide lens over what we're looking at and think always about what's around the corner, what else might be there, what else can be there. And taste, I like to say, is a Trojan horse. It smuggles in ideology. It smuggles in all kinds of hierarchy and then washes its hands clean and says it's just taste. I don't believe in taste. I think auteurism is a cheat. I think cinephilia is a cult. I think the genre is a swamp. For me, the practice of criticism has always been about opening the windows and expanding the room, opening the windows and building onto the house. It's been a process of social osmosis for me because I've always found my greatest inspiration moving through worlds and conversations, through films, and yes, wonderfully and sadly, through film festivals. The interplay of people, of ideas, of images, that's how I learn, via proximity. I think of criticism for me as social osmosis, as brushing up against people, ideas, and screens. And yes, it used to be through travel, through film festivals in person, through conferences, through hotel lobbies and bars. But with the pandemic, with the lockdown, through here where I am now in Paris, the 6 p.m. curfews, this is difficult. Yet here we are, communing still, traveling online, convening in Zoom time. And so on to consequence. What is the consequence of criticism? For me, it's what has shaped me. It's the way I engage with a film. It's the way I talk with a public. It's how I make sense of the world. And I say immodestly how I try to change its direction, not just the direction of cinema, but also the direction of the world. For why else do we bother if there is no consequence to what we write, to what we say? Last month, I was at Sundance, remotely, of course, moderating a panel there, which I think is still online, alive, entitled Barbed Wire Kisses Redux. It was a replay of a panel I had convened at Sundance in 1992, reflecting the events of the prior year, 1991, 30 years ago. And it was the panel that led to what I then called the new queer cinema, which opened up a territory and all it entailed, and allowed me to write a second book, New Queer Cinema, The Director's Cut. But it started, as all criticism must, with the films. How they captured a moment of crisis. They were about form and reinventing form, yes. But as I've tried to teach the students that I've just retired from teaching, form always must be legible, not only to its creator or to critics, but also to its audiences and above all to the people in the film. And therefore I've always fought for legibility across sectors, across platforms. And back then the new queer cinema was lauded for breaking with established forms, for pioneering new kinds of wonderfully inventive form. But it was always legible. In fact, it had such burning relevance to its audiences, suffering through still the days of AIDS, when there still yet was not a cocktail, when it was still a fatal illness. These films were life-giving. These films were life-affirming and life-sustaining. And the fact that they were made in unconventional ways, in unconventional spaces, by people who had not gone to film school, because they came crashing out of art school, by people who were not using 16 or 35 millimeter, but using these newly invented camcorders that could do things differently and could go different places. This made them immediately understandable and relevant to those audiences. And as they've developed, they've branched off in so many different directions, sometimes with increasing and enhanced originality, and sometimes not. Because, as I like to say, don't queers also deserve the mediocrity of the multiplex that heterosexual audiences always had? And I would say that to any people in any situation today too. But the new queer cinema took off. It created a marketplace and memorialized at Sundance nearly 30 years now after. And I'll be at the Ashland Film Festival shortly this spring, talking with Todd Haynes and Christine Vachon on the 30th anniversary of Poison, a very difficult film that yet could be attacked in the halls of Congress by people who had never bothered to see it for actions that weren't even in it. Such is the fate sometimes of cinema. And I moved on again. I moved on from simply being a critic to becoming an editor, having to fight for my time now as a writer, but taking over Film Quarterly, this wonderful journal. It's the oldest film journal in the United States, the oldest continuing one. And I took it over 8 years ago. And at the time, part of what enticed me to accept the invitation to become the editor was the fact that, as far as I knew, nearly every film journal, not all, but nearly all, in North America was being edited by heterosexual white men. And I thought, well, what the hell? Let's see what can be done differently. Criticism is the author's way of having a conversation with the world, and with filmmakers, with other critics, with curators, and above all, with a public. And that's what I like to think we've been able to do at Film Quarterly. I looked back through all the covers, and I decided not to show them all to you. I thought, let me be a critic. Let me just have words. You've got lots of filmmakers showing things later. And my very first editorial that I wrote was called Film, parenthesis, Sick, S-I-C, because even then I was aware that film was changing irrevocably. And ever since, my first issue had the act of killing on the cover. Ever since, I've had a parade of work across continents, across eras, across mediums. Eduardo Coutinho, the great Brazilian documentary filmmaker with a whole dossier that I co-edited with Natalia Brizuela. Julia Reichert, just recently on the cover for all of her work from the 70s until now, last year with American Factory. Anointed by the Obamas, anointed by the Academy with an award finally. Not just film, Transparent, Handmaid's Tale, Trigonometry, Sex Education, television also gets a place. Lessons of the Hour, Isaac Julian's phenomenal installation, 10-screen installation on the life and work of Frederick Douglass. That was recently on the cover. El Proceso, the film by Maria Augusto Ramos, showing us what was about to happen before Bolsonaro, showing us what happened to Dilma, what was happening to democracy in Brazil, even before it happened to the United States. Asian American films at 50, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Asian American Studies Center at UCLA, and using that as a reason to look at these film festivals, what they did, how they built community, and how they captured history, notably at that moment in the next issue, with Renee Tajima Pena's amazing public television series, Asian Americans, just ahead of what we've seen happen in the United States this year, this winter, with the violence against Asian Americans, with a stabbing just 2 days ago in New York's Chinatown, with the violence being enacted under the cover of COVID, under the cover of horrible, hideous rhetoric blaming China, and Americans, as usual, who can't tell the difference between races, between nationalities. Manifestos that we've included on disability cinema, on all kinds of cinema, on Asian American film I mentioned. Lucrecia Martel was on the cover, just as she made Zama, just as I went to speak with her at the Pacific Film Archive, and she talked about her approach to sound and to cinema. The Infiltrators, the wonderful film mixing documentary and fiction for a very specific aim, made by Alex Rivera and Cristina Ibarra. Dimensions in Black, the wonderful dossier that Raquel Gates and Michael Boyce Gillespie edited for me, taking stock of what was going on and what has become, as Julian called it, a new Harlem Renaissance, a new renaissance of Black invention in cinema this time. When I became editor, it was an opportunity, and I'd like to think I've been able to fulfill at least some part of it, of creating a space where voices that were too long ignored, too long left outside the room, films that were too often not written about, filmmakers that were left uninterviewed, writers that didn't have access to what I think of as this flagship journal could enter this space as if it were the most natural thing in the world to do, and by doing so could broaden what's considered natural. Every once in a while, I get a call from a filmmaker, a famous filmmaker and writer and artist friend of mine. And he says to me, "Oh, you've outdone yourself now. This is your most obscure issue ever." And I say, "Thank you, John Waters." And he then renews his subscription diligently every year. So I like to think, with that vote of confidence, that it's worth continuing. I've signed up for another year yet again. And I hope that some of these remarks are not merely self-serving, but may serve to also inform different ways of doing business as a critic and different kinds of criticism with which to do it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you again, Dennis.
Thank you so much, Ruby, for being part of this little event we have created and sharing so much of your passion and your perspective on film criticism with us. And today is very much dedicated to not only action but also aesthetics. We will move on very soon with the next discussion, in which we bring together a critic, two filmmakers, and a philosopher, Juliane Rebentisch, Guimarães, Merle Kröger, and Philipp Scheffner, to discover the intersections a little bit. The panel is called Creation and Position, in relation to Juliane Rebentisch's book, which I strongly recommend reading, Creation and Depression, with a lot of really remarkable essays in it. I wish you, of course, a great discussion. And I want to just briefly refer to what you just said, Ruby, this idea of opening the windows and expanding the room, which I find really beautiful in relation to criticism as a concept. And I believe it is important to mention that the discussions we are now having are not vanishing in the air right now, but they will be out there. And I strongly encourage the audience to also consider the other discussions which are out there. It's a great time to stay in touch with the debates happening around the world. And I, of course, encourage you to watch the panel with Ruby, she just mentioned, the barbed wire redux. As you mentioned, Ruby, yes, it's still out there and for everybody to see. So let's make use of it and think together. And I wish you all out there a great discussion. So let's get going. Thank you again, Ruby.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and I'm just going to stick around. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. Welcome to the autonomy panel. This panel is very autonomous in several ways. First of all, we are existing in a different time zone because we are recording this a week ahead of you. So with the time, there comes a certain amount of independence, I guess. Also, we don't know what you know because you're 1 week later, and definitely we don't know as much about you. As much about film criticism as you do, because you have just listened to the lecture by B. Ruby Rich towards a consequential criticism. I'm very jealous that you have just heard it. I will also in about a week. Then, of course, this panel is very much connected to autonomy because it's our little task today to discuss this concept. Which is a concept that is strongly related to the idea of the consequence and the sense of consequence, because it's connected to how we act and under which premise we are acting. Obviously, autonomy also follows its own rules. It's a concept on its own, and maybe it is also the concept of following one's own rules and setting them and defining how we want to act, whatever we do, whether we create art or criticism or whether we write a philosophical book. I strongly hope that we will be able to get closer to this concept in the frame of this conversation. I hope our guests will be able to help me with that. Welcome Philipp Scheffner and Merle Kröger. Welcome Victor Guimarães, and welcome Juliane Rebentisch. It's great to welcome you in this wonderful digital frame. Welcome to Critics Week. Obviously, we are not in the same space, but we exist in the same moment, and it's wonderful to share this moment with you and have this conversation together. But first, actually, I want to talk about what is not here with us and what we cannot see, because actually it's us who are taking all the screen. We are the image currently, so we cannot watch a film right now. We cannot see the films by Philipp and Merle, and we cannot read currently in this moment the texts by Juliane and Victor. So my first question actually goes to Merle and Philipp and Victor. Could you tell us to which extent your writing and your films exist without you, exist autonomously?
Shall we start, or Victor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. They do and they don't, I would always say. They do exist without us because they go out into the world and then they travel and we stay behind. Sometimes we travel with them, but at a certain point they travel. So they do exist without us, and in the best case, I guess they are also communicating without us on their own, so they don't just sit on a solid screen or book in a solid book, but they are fluid in a way. So, but on the other hand, of course, they are linked to us in a way that we can't even control, because they are seen as our work or werk, as you see.
I guess it really depends on like from which perspective or from at which point you ask this question, because is the film autonomous? I mean, when is a film a film? I mean, where does it start? Like when there's a first idea, I would say it's absolutely not. It's autonomous maybe in the very, very beginning. Then there comes a way of connecting to an idea where suddenly the idea of a film is born, or a text. And then, of course, it's very inseparable because there is a certain kind of authorship, of course. And so there is a strong dependency between the film and the author or the team of authors or whatever, the collective. And then at a certain point, there's another process of distancing again. So where suddenly this direct link of the person who's doing it is opened up to the viewer. And the viewer itself is an entity that, at least in our work, is very much part of our thinking right from the beginning, as we see ourselves as viewers. So therefore, this kind of distancing yourself from your own authorship is a movement that is that's very early already in the process of. Is always very much discussed in our work, even when we are still in the process of making it. And then when it's out of the world, of course, it's also not autonomous, because it's autonomous maybe of us, but not autonomous of the thousands of other films who are released at the same time and with whom they are programmed at certain festivals and again will be shown to each other, and they speak to each other, or they are seen as part of our work, body of work, or whatever. That's strange.
The texts written about them.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
exactly.
always a very complicated and important connection.
There's a language being developed which is contextualizing the work. So, and once this is all there, you have the feeling, okay, now it's a little bit like growing up, and suddenly the film is grown up and you can let it go or something.
So it's also very complicated with the sense of consequence, actually, right? Because it's rather a system you set in motion, and you might not be able to fully control all the factors involved in the life of the film or the trajectory of the film.
I just had to think of it's a kind of joke, but then it's also not a joke, which is around here for a very long time, that sometimes we think that films are just, processed through us. They are already there, or books or stories before they come to us. Then it's like a metabolism kind of a thinking, and then they go out again and they're still taking something from us with them. But it's that sounds very metaphysical, but in a way it is like that. It's not like they come out of a black hole, of course, and then they go through us and they go and take something with us, from us, with them. Yeah. Sorry, Victor, you might want to say something.
I think the only possible answer to that is, as Merle said, yes and no, because a text, when I'm writing it, It never is a transmission of what I think through, and it goes directly to the text. I think there's a kind of motto that we are working on in our magazine, in our collective, that is the hand can think, the hand thinks. And sometimes I even discover what I think about a movie or a film when I'm writing. And this process of writing, there is a certain bodily investment on that, and sometimes I find connections and words and phrases during the process of writing. So it's the text has a certain autonomy from me, and also when the text starts to circulate, it certainly gets contributions from everything else. And the greatest feedbacks I ever received from my texts was the ones when people started to project the text beyond my own thinking of it, and then starting to mix it with other things and to expand the meanings and the words and the style of the text. So there is this yes and no uh, answer that is possible to the question you made. And there's also, I think, for me, it's important that the autonomy of a criticism of a critic, it's always relative, because I believe in a solidarity with the form of the film. I believe that a text should somehow uh, be a way to make the film vital, and to make the film go on in a certain way. So if the text becomes too autonomous from the film, I think it's a bad way. It's like I'm detaching myself from absolutely from the film, and I don't like that. I like to build a connection. I like to be able to hear and see, and also sometimes smell the film, smell the film in a text. The great texts I've read in my life, not only mine, but from other people, is the text when I can sense the film working inside the text as well, and of course not as a transmission of the film, but I think this relative autonomy between texts and films is also a way to think about autonomy in terms of film criticism.
Actually, it's a very beautiful metaphor you're using, this idea of smelling a film in a piece of critical writing. Since the panel is titled Creation and Position, I'm actually interested in the mingling of spheres and the level of experience a lot. So I'd like to follow up just briefly with the question whether you think there is an aesthetics of criticism? Is there a critical experience connected to the text itself?
Yeah, I believe there is something that is style and idea. It's not in the very best criticism. It's not something that is separated. The style and the idea come together. And if a film critic has a personal style, and you can sense it in a lot of texts, you can see that the idea comes with the style. And it's just like in a film, the style and the concept, they're together. They can't be separated, at least in the films that I love. So I don't believe, I don't think I know to answer that there is one aesthetic of criticism, but that there is certainly an aesthetic element to criticism, because when a text is like insipidus, it's like tasteless. It's like cold. It's just rational, and there's no passion in the text, and you can't feel the style of the person who's writing. It's really boring to read, and it's really a bad experience if you can't sense that there is a person writing over there. There's something. There is a body. There is warmth. There is a certain way of connecting words and using words. This is my really this is really my problem, because as you can see, my English is not that good. So when I write in English, I think that I'm trying to do I'm still trying to find my voice in that language, because I know that in Portuguese I can feel that there is a style that is somehow building itself through each text. But if you translate that to other language, it doesn't. There's no transmission there. There's no simply there's no transmission. But I think I still have to find this kind of voice, or this kind of aesthetic element when I'm writing in English, for example, which is a language that I'm still trying to do, and I don't have a lot of experience of writing in English. So yes, there is an aesthetic element, and of course some texts can also relate to the aesthetic of the film they're talking about. So I find myself very often somehow mirroring some structural elements of films in my criticism, which is, for example, if a film, I feel that the film is like dry, and there is some coldness about it, I can't write a festive text about it, because it's like there is something that in the solidarity that I try to build between the film and the text, there's something that maybe a coherence, that maybe we can speak of coherence, but in a formal sense of the coherence. There is a certain formal coherence between you can build somehow a formal coherence between the film you're talking about and the text. And I've read some beautiful texts that can vary upon the films they write about, and so on.
You see, it's already getting complicated. So we are right in the middle of discussing experience, and the subjectivity. It's really difficult to get it out of the way. So you're all strongly connected to the objects you create and their existence. I guess this is very much connected, Juliane Rebentisch, to a position you've been closely connected to, the position of discussing the work of art, and questioning whether it can be considered as a coherent whole, or whether it's always intertwined with the level of experience, and the way it is perceived and the way it circulates through society. I'd love to discuss this notion of whether we can actually define a coherent one entity or object when it comes to the films and the pieces of writing. Also in relation to your own pieces, do you see your own writings as objects which you can take a distance from and which you can grasp as a coherent being?
These are a lot of questions. I mean, maybe I start with adding to the discussion before. Like, obviously, if you write within the academic system, you're not autonomous in the sense of inventing your own law for how an academic text should look like. Yeah, but of course, So there are rules, but I guess it gives me a kind of freedom more in the Hegelian sense of a freedom not despite of, but because of restrictions, yeah, because of obligations. So there is something like enabling restrictions. That's within the academic world, but I would say Victor was also addressing something like that in art criticism. That's also my experience in that field, namely that we bind ourselves to the works that we write about, and that the aboutness somehow becomes challenged. Yeah, it's more a relation of implication. Yeah, so it's this strange, and that's maybe the aesthetic moment in it, this strange back and forth movement between the object of study and the conceptual work you're doing, and the surprises that are in there. That's something that I find highly important, and that's why I'm always going back to art criticism, because that's so inspiring for me to be provoked by a certain concrete singular piece to conceptual problem I haven't had before. Yeah, so it somehow aesthetic objects are such that they are at a certain distance to concepts anyhow, but also pose specific conceptual problems, and therefore also demand different forms. That's my experience. So how a piece of art criticism looks like in the end is also something that I don't have conceptualized before starting to write, but something that develops out of the whole process. And this is also, I mean, maybe one could say that in general, that's something that art criticism shares with critical theory. Yeah, this kind of back and forth movement between like a certain object and its concreteness and the general level of conceptual work. But the aesthetic object somehow, how should I put it, exaggerates this moment, like a gap between concepts and the piece. Yeah, and this is where, you know, a certain tradition in aesthetic thinking would also locate the autonomy of the work of art, that it is always at a certain distance towards the interpretations it invites and calls for. Yeah, and of course now one can talk about another dimension of aesthetics in the writing of an art critic, namely, is he or she able to also address this gap, yeah, the openness of the work of art towards every kind of interpretation, or is it maybe that's also a kind of cold way to address a work of art, namely to just impose your concepts on a work and close it down. Yeah, so there are pieces of art criticism that help open it up and also invite for further communication, as Merle would put it. Yeah, and others that say, okay, if you watch that movie, you will see this and that in that. Yeah, so closing it down. And this is something that Victor also addressed in his text I read by him, namely, there's a recent tendency towards like closing down works of art by just reducing it to the artist's intention. And that's something that even goes against what Philip and Merle just described in the process of production, namely that there is a moment of, you had beautiful formulations for it, like the work becomes grown up and you have to let it go, or that you feel like something is like working through you, and kind of an autonomy of the piece, even vis-a-vis the artist's intention, yeah, where the work somehow develops a life of its own. And the most prominent or more the current ways to prevent that is by reducing the work to the artist's intention, yeah, or to then replace the opening up criticism with an artist interview or something, yeah, and so you can tick it off, so you've understood it, but that's the end of aesthetic autonomy, I would say.
How is, I'm wondering, how is the autonomy of a person different from the autonomy of a work of art or an object? Is it the element of will that that a person has a will and an intention?
If you're addressing me again, I mean, I'd say there's an interesting comparison in aesthetic theory between a subject and a work of art, precisely because you cannot objectify it. Yeah, so you return to a work of art as if to a friend because you're not done with it. Yeah, you cannot like exhaust it in one interpretation because it keeps on like provoking you and communicating with you, and you like see different things in it the second time, and so on and so forth. So there is even a trajectory of ethical thought in aesthetic theory that goes to this strange potentiality in a work of art that's somehow comparable to the potentiality of a subject. But these are all motifs for the comparison that somehow strengthen potentiality and indeterminacy as opposed to intention determinacy. Yeah.
You also mentioned the aspect of a gap between, like, the this level of encounter between the work of art and us as individuals, and I'm fascinated by this gap. Obviously, I've been writing about it for years as a critic, and it keeps giving energy and inspiring. I'm in relation to autonomy. This is pretty interesting, I believe. And I'd like to ask all of you as spectators in which way you are willing to give up your autonomy, maybe when you experience a work of art, and maybe you even desire it. How does gap, how do you experience this gap, and how does it relate to your sense of yourself as a person, or critic, or filmmaker? Maybe let's bring back Philip and Merle and start from your perspective.
I don't know, do we give up our autonomy if we watch a film? I don't know. I hope not.
Aha, why not? Why do you hope not?
Because I like my films and books to communicate with you as a spectator. I like to communicate as a viewer with other films and books and texts, and I absolutely can connect to this kind of openness which Juliane just described. And there are certain ways to shut things down, and also films do that. I mean, I just thought about a certain kind of documentaries which I don't like to watch anymore because I feel like they're already shutting it down before the film is on the screen. So it's not opening up. It's like just telling me like, this is it, and now you're going to be enraged, or you're going to be sad, or and I don't like to feel manipulated in that way. That doesn't mean that the intention is just propaganda. I don't want to pose it like this, but it's like I like to interact. I like to see the cinema space and as a space of interaction, and also reading a book space, which is like a more virtual space.
I mean, I think we always dream of a spectator that is active and not passive, and that means a person in the cinema hall who's using that space which is provided to maneuver him or herself in between the screen and the audience and the person sitting next to him or her. So to maneuver that space. And I would like to emphasize that this is not so different, not such a different experience than being the author or director of the film. Because the questions we have towards certain materials, towards protagonists, towards issues, towards complex relationships or whatever, political questions that are raised through image and sound, these questions we just prolong in our films to the audience. So I would like to, for me, it's not, I mean, very good example is the film Havari, where this spectatorship is so important as an issue of the film, the basic ground of the film. So me asking questions towards material and asking questions in a certain political framework or context is very similar to all the questions that the spectator later has in the cinema. The moments of, what do I actually see there? Will it go on like this? What does it mean? What is my position? Why do I have to look at that? And it goes on, and still we're at minute 20, and still the images has not changed. And fuck, I mean, where am I? So also meaning that autonomy also is not only nice and agréable. It's also like meaning, it also has a sense of getting lost and being lost and looking for new things where you can grab and think, like, oh, okay, here am I, now I can rethink. And so all this is what I would like to, this experience I would like to create, because I think it's productive, and it's, so the spectator who's constantly questioning what he or she sees and what is the relation between the screen and him or her, that's an ideal situation.
I mean, maybe to add up to what you just said, both of you, I think it's important also to be clear that this notion of aesthetic autonomy, where a work of art invites interpretation and doesn't prescribe what you have to decipher something, that this has also normative consequences. Yeah, this is an art critical criterion. Does a work allow for something like that or not? I mean, that's the distinction Merle just did. No? There are documentaries that are just like that, and there are other works that open up. And then it's really interesting also to look at artistic and filmic strategies that allow for that. Yeah, and there are also political implications. Yeah, so for me, it's always also an interesting question if the aesthetic operation has to do something with opening something up and not closing something down, has to do with putting something or making something indeterminate. Yeah, and this can have a specific politics, as we can see in Havari, but also in Revision, where a murder case is opened up but not closed again in a counter narrative or something. Yeah, so the opening up is somehow the politics. Yeah, because it's then about how is evidence produced, what kind of competing narratives are there, and so on and so forth. So I find this also in terms of critically thinking about the content-form relation important. Yeah, which contents do we want to subject to this kind of operation? Where does it have a political point, and where would it have the opposite effects? Yeah, not every content. Maybe we probably don't want every content to be subjected to this kind of operation. Yeah, in some cases we want things to be very clear and very determinate. Yeah, politically, but there is a specific politics to this kind of opening, to this aesthetic opening, and I think what that can mean, we can discuss that very well with regard to Havari and Revision and these kinds of works.
Actually, thank you, Victor. We are also, of course, very curious about your reply. I would just make the question a little more complicated even. Actually, I'm wondering whether the moment right now is also a very specific moment for engaging with works of art. Because maybe we experience a loss of autonomy currently. You might not agree, but this might also influence. So I would like to expand the question in terms of whether the way you approach a work of art has changed throughout the last year.
Yes, I was going to address rightly that kind of question, because yesterday I was watching Havery, the film by Philip and Merle, and I was thinking that when you watch this film in a movie theater, you can't pause it. You can't. You're like subjected to its strength in a very vital way. That the only way to stop the filmic experience is to go out. But when you watch it in this context that we're living in, like I watched it in my television with all the windows closed and try to create a system like that resembles a movie theater. But I think the film requires its own autonomy. Like if I was totally autonomous, like in relation to the film, I think the best films require the creation of certain autonomy, the creation of an experience, and invite the spectator to go along with that experience and to experience that in a strong sense of the word. Like I was watching the film, and like in the beginning, I realized that this image won't change. It changes a lot all the time, of course, but the basics of the visual work of the film, the structure of the visual work doesn't change until the end, and you pretty soon realize that. And I mean, if in this situation, sometimes you have the urge to pause the film, or to go to the bathroom, or to I don't know, rescue my dog that is fighting with the other dog. So, but I try to restrain myself and watch the film entirely, because I think it required it. It wasn't a film that if I paused and went back 10 minutes later, it would somehow break the experience that the film was trying to build. So I gave up a little bit of my autonomy to pause the film and then to come back and I don't know, to grab a water or to smoke, and then try to go along with the film and to live this experience that the film was proposing to me. I felt that it was important to build that. So there is this kind of and somehow my experience with the film, it goes through this sense of letting go. You know, you like submit yourself to a work of art somehow. And with films, this is really strong, because you're being you have this lot of stimuli going on. You know, there's sound, there's image. It's different to, like, if you do that with a painting, is different, because you're in a museum, there's light, there's other people, and there's not, it's, you know, that it's really different, like when you watch a film. So there is this experience of letting go, like to me, when you talk about the gap, the distance between the work of art and us. But there's also a thing that I would like to say. It's that when do I have the need to write nowadays? I think it's when the film provokes me, like bodily provokes me, and I feel that urge to write. Because the film moved something. When you watch a lot of films, and I work a lot as a programmer as well, and for a festival, for example, you can watch 300 features to select like 15 films, and you very often a programmer has the sense that with 5 minutes of a feature, you know where this is going. You know that where this is going, and very often you feel that you were right about that, and it's so boring to be right. Again, when you watch a film and with 5 minutes, you know where it's going. So I never write about this kind of films. I don't work for a newspaper, so I have certain autonomy to choose what I write about. and I don't work for money in my magazine, and the magazine I write for. It's all volunteer work. So we basically have the chance to pick which films we're writing about. So whenever I write, it's not about the films that I know everything about them. You know, it's such a I feel that I'm not challenged enough. You know, I don't want to write about the film that I know a lot, all about it, and it was an easy experience, and the problems are very clear. And if this is kind of boring for me, it's not challenging enough. And when I read the text, point of view of a reader as well, I think it's important. You can sense when the film challenged the film critic, or when the film critic before facing the film, he or she already had all the tools to deal with that film. And nothing is changed when you have all the tools, when you have all the repertoire, and the film doesn't displace you a little bit, you know, and a little bit or a lot, you know. When I read criticism, I think the best criticism I read is when I have the strong feeling that this film provoked an experience in the person who's writing, and the film is not the text is a great result of an encounter. You know, there is an encounter between a person and a film, and that results in a text. And the most provoking and the most great texts I've always read was the ones when I can sense that encounter. The gap continues there. The text can be open. I really agree with Juliane, and I always use Susan Sontag's Against Interpretation as the first text that I use with my students, and until today I think it's a great text about art criticism, and it gains a lot of importance every day in the environment we're living in. And I really believe that the text should remain open and should open the experience and should enrich the experience of the spectator of a work of art. And I believe that you can sense that. You can sense if the encounter between the person who's writing and the work of art is strong or not. If the person is just transmitting ideas and facing the work of art with ideas that were preconceived, were previous to the writing. And yeah, I would finish that. I talked a lot, sorry.
Talking about, still I have a follow-up question, a brief one though, regarding what you said about the tools you use when you approach a film, and also maybe the method of interpretation or not. Since I'm wondering to which extent you approach a film as a Brazilian critic, and in which way you place a film towards that framework of yours as you're bringing it when you see the film. So you might not be fully giving up your position and your socialization and the point of view you're approaching the film from, right?
Yeah, of course. When I start to write, I'm already a person. I already have all my positionalities, and I already have my history, not only as a Brazilian, but as a lot of other identities that we could relate to, right? But speaking as a Brazilian, I really felt positioned as a Brazilian when I was in international context several times. I had this feeling, and I think it's good. I think it's I can somehow. I was just writing a text about Pedro Costa, and I was writing from the point of view of a Latin American, and was trying to relate the work of Pedro Costa with somehow the precarity and the craftsmanship that is a tradition in Brazilian cinema, in Cuban cinema, and I think there's a lot to be related that. And Pedro Costa is always somehow related to European painting, and people often forget that his work is completely enriched by the people, by the traditions, by the popular traditions of the people he works with. And they're artists, and they have an artistic tradition, and there's a cultural tradition that are very much in the films. And I think somehow, as a Brazilian, as a person who lives in a country that was colonized and that deals with coloniality daily, and whenever I go to an airport, I know that I'm Brazilian because you know, I'm stopped half of the times. I'm with my luggage, so it's easy to perceive that my position means something. And of course, you have your position when you face a work of art. But what I was saying about displacement is that if I go to the film with and I just transmit, like politically, for example, these several issues that comes with me from being a Brazilian, from being on the south of the world, I still believe that the movement is not complete. I still feel the urge not to just speak as a Brazilian or as a person of the south or as this or that, you know. Of course, it helps a lot. It helps. It can be bothered as well, but this position can make me see things that maybe Dennis wouldn't see in a film, for example, dealing with coloniality every day. It certainly does, but it's also it can also be dangerous if you trust so much that you know, you face a work of art with all the weapons you have, like being oppressed and being somehow in a subaltern. I don't know if there's that word in English, but being in somehow being in the south of the world, being in Brazil, being from Brazil is like something that can open your mind. You can perceive some things, but I still believe that there is to be an encounter between you and that work of art, and that position can help to build that encounter. It can be very rich, and it can also be, if you let yourself just impose your views to the work of art, just impose your way of seeing the world, your interpretation, and not letting yourself be displaced and moved by the work. For me, it's less strong when I read texts that do that.
Yeah, this sense of the framework in which we position ourselves, I believe, is very interesting, and I'm actually very curious. Since we cannot grasp every aspect of the world, and our perception of the world is also dominated by particular relations we find maybe most important for us. I'm curious, Juliane Rebentisch, Philipp Scheffner, and Merle Kröger, how you based on which coordinates in the world of the phenomena in the world, do you sense your own autonomy in the strongest way, and what is it actually you relate yourself to, and how is this what you do, like writing or making films, helping you to take a position based on your sense of autonomy?
Hmm.
It's maybe two questions in one, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Yeah, that's also a difficult question, I must say.
I can
Maybe-
also
maybe I'm also a bit. I mean, I talk a lot about the autonomy of art, but I'm not so much talking about my own autonomy because I think there is no such thing as autonomy without heteronomy. Yeah. To think that freedom, in the sense of personal freedom, is something that is freedom from society, yeah, alone, is a problem, is an abstract and false notion of freedom, of what freedom is. So it is more about how to address the way that our place in the world and the Freiheitsspielräume, I don't know how to translate that, the degrees of freedom are somehow how we can talk about that. Yeah, so an earlier question, you said something like, can we have autonomy now since things have gotten so difficult? I mean, that would be somehow a misleading question to me, since for me, the question of looking for the political side of freedom in production, for example, always has to do with addressing the structures, yeah, and with regard to there's the art system, and obviously art is not produced in some vacuum apart from that, and film is dependent on festivals, structures that can be destroyed, as we can see in Brazil. The whole structure can be destroyed. It's not a thing that's self-understanding, but it's also, right now we can see the importance of platforms, and then the question is who's controlling the platforms, which companies are doing that, how does it affect the film industry, and of course that these are all very important questions to film making. Yeah, and I mean, you asked the question also personally to me, of course, I think the political moral obligation for someone working in German academia is, of course, to think through privilege, yeah, to see what kind of structures enabled a certain career and a point from where to teach and how to address and change structures that you are part of, and that somehow made the subjectivity you are, yeah, but to work on it. But that's always a notion of, I don't know, agency that is not thinkable without, that it has nothing to do with the idea of freedom free from influences or determinations. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, that this notion of freedom, to say that also, is very alive in the art world still. Because it's the myth of the genius. Yeah, the genius is somehow creating out of the inexplicable interior of himself. It's always a he, because like the creations of the genius are universalizable to the exact degree in which these creations shall not be traced back to a certain position. Yeah, so creation and position are cut loose, and of course that was only convincing with regard to the white male. Yeah. Because all others are like too marked with their social position to pull that off. And this kind of ideology, that's my impression, this abstract notion of freedom as being not determined by society, is now, that's the model of freedom that neoliberalism sells to all of us. Yeah, we are all genius. You can do what you want. You're not determined, just do it. Yeah, put on your Nike shoes and just pull it off. Yeah. So that's a false model of freedom. We have a lot of reasons to fight against, I think. And then there's the opposite that Victor was addressing, where in reaction to this false model, people are just glued to their social positioning right now. Yeah, and that's also true in the art world, in this representative, I don't know, false understanding of identity politics, which is you shall represent your social identity. Yeah, and that's even such a reductive idea of what identity politics is, as if there would be to identify with the social position that you are ascribed, instead of disidentifying with it. Yeah. And of course, art, I think Victor was pointing to that, the not only joy, but also political importance of being displaced by a work of art, and of finding languages that are precisely not about, reifying the same social position, but looking for something else, yeah, opening up the possible with regard to the given. So these, I think, are the two problems here. The one kind of undialectical response to the false abstract notion of freedom is like gluing art not only to the artist's intention, but also the artist to a social position. So that's the kind of short circuit that institutions make right now with the best intentions, but as we know, the road to hell is often paved with good intentions. So yeah, I'm all for displacements and vocabularies that help us work with the conditions that we are dealing with in different ways.
Yeah.
It moved me somehow what you said, because it refers to something which I think is also a history which we have in common from the 90s. Because what I think when I listen to your question and also to your answer, Juliane, is I wrote down two words: collectivity and practice. So my autonomy is based on a very broad and always a history. Myself as an artist has always been working in collective environments, be it loose collectives or very, very collectives in the very sense of the meaning. So I never felt myself in that position of the genius creator person, and also I'm not male and white, so anyway, that's gone. But so collectivity and practice were kind of shaping my sense of autonomy, and that's something which in a way provided also autonomy to myself in a way, because I never felt like cut away, but creating spaces, collective spaces in which I have an autonomy to look at the world together, or to create certain spaces of production and means of production together. So so my autonomy is maybe more, I just thought, because Philip and I were teaching together for the first time recently, and we put in the beginning of the course, we put this text by Ursula Le Guin, The Bag Theory, because we felt that we want to create a space together with the students in which we look at the ones who collect and not the ones who kill the mammoth, that not the hero's journey. It's all about drama structure, but it's also about our own way of working in a way. So yeah. To put it very short.
This theory implies, right, that there's the dominant narratives of history.
Yes. It's the narrative of the hunter who is male and who is like killing but that this story is maybe less interesting and less important than the story of the 100 other subjects who are collecting things in a bag and trying to build something out of it, and it's less foreseeable, but of course you also have to find different narratives for that, because it's not such an obvious narrative, going there, killing something, blah 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 blah. So it's a very inspiring text, actually. But I would like to add another thing of when you first contacted us, and there were these words of autonomy and all that. Of course, I had this word of autonomy and art and the problems, and that, of course, we were always somehow against the autonomy of art, and we were trying to fight that. But there's another notion of autonomy, which for me was always very, even more important, and that's a political label of autonomy, where I'm also would like, which plays a certain role in my biography. Let's say the label of the autonomous left, or in Germany, which is called the Autonomen, which is like where people who are trying to be not where the undogmatic leftist groups, whatever, the Autonomia in Italy. I mean, there are like all kind of links, which you can criticize, whatever, but the basic thing was that you are questioning through collective, what Merle said, through collective practice. You try to create a space for you where you can work without being restricted by the dominant forces of society. Let's say, I mean, when we were working for television, we were doing work for television. For us, it was crucial that we have our own editing suite. At that point of time, that was a very special thing, because it was fucking expensive to have your own editing suite. But for us, working for television meant we must create a collective structure where we have as much time as we want to create our work, and not being dependent on the structures of the television channel, who's saying, for this piece, may it be complicated or not, but you only have 2 days. But that meant that you had to construct yourself, or you had to organize yourself in a collective way, because individually you couldn't do that. So this was like a basic structure. And again, also the question of how do you position yourself? As Juliane said, this idea of being apart from society is not very, is not working somehow. So even as an artist, you're not outside of the society, but you have, through art or through your work, you try to position yourself somehow. You try to find a position, which is a position that realizes that you yourself are part of the problem and not the one who is looking from outside. But it's us. I mean, it's like the privileged ones who can cross over the Mediterranean Sea without any problem. We can take a plane, we can take a boat. There's absolutely no restrictions. It's us. We are the problem. I mean, we are part of the problem, even though we want to change it or whatever. But it's not a position that is looking from outside. But the basic thing of organizing your life in a collective way and in a non-hierarchical way, all these ideas are still very, very important for our way of working.
May I reply? Your way of working has also changed. You used to be part of a collective, the Dog Film Collective, and just recently, when there was the retrospective of your work at Arsenal, in the conversation, you described the way of editing you're currently engaging in. This idea of you being in the editing room alone with the material for a while, and then bringing back the collective thing. So in a way, what you do right now is bringing in both layers, right? The focus of yourself, and then the discussion and the reflection. And could you comment on how you ended up with that method, or how?
I'm not sure if it's such a different method, actually. I'm not sure. I wouldn't subscribe to that distinction of. I mean, of course, it's different if you. It's simply different if you edit a film together with two people. I mean, then you are constantly in discussion, and that is a different thing. Is if today I have the feeling I'm editing the film, but I have a lot of discussions about it. So that's a different thing. But so yes, this has changed. We are not working in that way. We are not working in a collective, but the basic discussions and the way how we try to organize our the shootings or whatever, the relations towards the people with whom we are working. This is very much rooted in that.
But for example, with Purple Sea, we did collectively.
Exactly.
So there's always,
it's also depending on the
Yeah.
project. Purple Sea, a film where we were not the directors and the authors, but it's a film by Amel Al-Sakut and Khaled Abdul Wahed. And I was the editor. Merle was working on the drama structure. So it's also changing positions. That's also important, that you have to find a system where you're not fixed to one role as the author, the director, the producer. I mean, at Pong, in our place, it's things are like that. So.
Yeah, I think my whole artistic life, if you would describe it as that, is a whole. It's a period of negotiating autonomy versus collectivity all the time, but in the framework of a collective understanding of work and life, if you want to say so. And that's something I really request. Otherwise, I can't work. I could not work, I think, in an institution fully.
Let's maybe jump to a different layer of the film, which is the encounter of a person with the camera, risking maybe that this is also a little meta because we are all talking to cameras. Like, how is it when you bring all these thoughts to the encounter with a person? How do you preserve the autonomy of the person you film, and or maybe not, and maybe it's not what you want, but can you comment on that? And maybe also Juliane and Victor, how is it when you see a film? Do you feel this is like something which you desire to see, the autonomy of a person being preserved? Yeah.
Not the documentary again.
It's like I mean, when you first approach somebody, I think for me, from the experience we have till now, the most important thing is to be very, very transparent of your own motives. I mean, to make it very clear that why do I want to make the film with you? So that you don't have the feeling I'm doing the film because of you. No, I'm doing the film because I want to do it. You are maybe very important in it, but it's me who has motives who bring me to you. So, and if you can accept my own egoistic personal desires with that film, and there's not this misunderstanding of it's him, he wants to do something good for me, then it's working. So it's you have to be very open and very clear about your own benefits of that film, about your own desires of that film, why you want to do it. And if you are really, if that gets across, I think people they are getting into a position where they can decide if they want to work with you or not, because there's not this kind of moral thing of like, he wants to do something for the cause or whatever. No. I mean, if I want to do something for the cause, I can do all kinds of things. I don't have to make a film necessarily. I mean, maybe, but it's not, there are other things I can do. But if I want to make a film, I have to describe very clearly why do I want to make a film, and why do I want to make a film on this topic and with this person. And if that is clear, I think there's at least a basis of negotiation, and that's the point. It's not, we are not friends. I mean, if we necessarily, maybe we become friends through the work on the film, but in the beginning we are not, and maybe this will never change. And it's most likely that after finishing the film, after 3 years, we will lose contact. It's not that we will experience a certain closeness, but this will go away again. So, and that's okay. I mean, that's okay as long as nobody is working together under false premises. I think that's important.
I think, like, aesthetically and ethically, I have a certain preference for films that show their protagonists in a way that keeps their dignity, which means that they somehow stay a little opaque for me, for my understanding, that links up with the way that I would explain aesthetic autonomy as something that has this openness that cannot be grasped, and that would go through the way that people are portrayed on film. So and this also means at the same time something that Philip mentioned earlier with regard to Havary, but I think it's because that's super obvious. But I think it's also present in other works, namely that the position of the spectator becomes a problem itself. What does it mean for me to watch? What does it mean for me to interpret the person that I see? And what does it mean to be a spectator? I mean, in Havary, that's pretty much the problem. Yeah. And that in this case is also linked with the political privilege of those on the ship, and so on and so forth. Yeah, but it's also with regard to different aesthetics, and where we are confronted with a portrait of a person or something. So there are means to make you reflect on the position of spectatorship itself. And I think these are, I would say that's a criterion of a good piece.
It's funny what you say, because I just thought that even if with fictional characters in my scripts or novels, I have this feeling that I will never pretend to know them fully. It's a kind of respect I give to them, because also fictional characters are somehow based on encounters with people, maybe memories I have of people long ago. But, you know, like even my fictional characters, they have a certain opacity, and they have they've also their secrets, which I, as a writer, don't even know. So they also remain in a certain autonomous position against myself. I just wanted to add, it's funny, but it's very true, I guess.
It's a very hard question, and a very tricky one, because numerous times I addressed films ethically, questioning their formal choices in the ethic field, and trying to see if that what Juliane just said, the dignity of the person is somehow preserved or recreated through the film, and if there is respect and all those things that in society we wish, as a society, respect each other and preserve the autonomy of each other and have these kind of social relations. But somehow this can be also a norm. This can be also a rule, and there's no rule around when you approach people in a film. I think there's room for experimentation. There's room for questioning some ethical premises. And I can give you an example. For example, there was a film in Tiradentes Festival, which is a very important festival of Brazilian cinema that happens in January. And the movie was called Açucena, and there was this main character called Dona Guiomar, which is an old black lady from Bahia. And a lot of people just assumed that the film was about her. And the film has a distancing of the camera. The film films the house from outside. The film films the dolls that she plays with somehow a mysterious way. And a lot of critics addressed the film as if the film was disrespectful with this lady, or disaffected with her, presuming that the film was about her. But the film is about an entity. Açucena is not Dona Guiomar. Açucena is an entity, and the film surrounds this entity that we don't know exactly what it is, and people organize. At the end of the film, the community organizes a birthday party for this entity who's 7 years old, and this lady has, she's like 70 years old, and they every year they celebrate the 7-year-old birthday of Açucena. And this relates a lot with Brazilian Afro-Brazilian religions. And if you see the film attentively, you realize that Açucena is not a person; she's an entity. So all the questions, the ethical questions that that people were raising about the camera being distant, the relationship between the filmmakers and Dona Guiomar were like somehow disaffected, it goes away because the film is not about her. So there is this kind of, if you attach yourself to an ethic rule that is so strong, you can lose some things in films, and I think that reception showed us that. And also, I would like to add that this can be a field for discussion, for open discussion, and not a field. This ethical questioning of films can be a place for discussion, for debate, and not for. Often these discussions these questionings come to close the meetings, come to end the discussion, to somehow this relates to what Juliane said. People glue themselves to their social position and glue the social position of the filmmaker to the work of art, and this is a lot of great works of art are being lost in this gluing. We're losing the potential of authority, the potential of encounter between different people. When you read criticism, not only in Brazil, I think abroad as well, there's a lot of work that is being, a lot of creative and anti-hegemonic work that is being lost by this gluing of social position to films and to works of art. So I'd just like to say that.
Since this is Critics Week, I want to bring back the aspect of the critique, which we talked about in the beginning. I guess things become very complicated as soon as an artistic strategy and the sense of critique become mixed, and maybe the course of action and the hoped consequence of a work you do might be related to the desire to change the systems in place, or maybe also to agitate others. So I'm pretty curious in which situation you are tolerating, or you can imagine to transgress also the autonomy of the other, because the other might not be on your side. Maybe you're engaging in a conflict, and this is also maybe related to the aspect of the autonomous left you mentioned before. It was not the sole intention of the autonomous left to party on their own, but also to change the society as a whole. No. I guess your mic is still off. Whoever wants to start, take your moment.
I mean, I think I wouldn't attach the idea of aesthetic autonomy so much to consequence. To me, the idea that a work of art shall have consequences and immediate consequences in the social realm is also part of a problem, and somehow also an effect, I'd say, of recent years where politicality somehow is not the other of what's demanded, but the very, I don't know, oil that keeps the whole machinery of the art system going. And then one has to take a step back and ask oneself, what kind of politics is wanted here? What function does it fulfill? Is it just a compensation for politics not happening elsewhere? The art system is so much about politics, for example, but also the idea of having an artwork having to have immediate impact. Yeah, that's a neoliberal formulation, impact. But everyone is very eager to prove it. I think that has to do with the tradition of the avant-garde. Yeah, that this avant-gardist idea that art is about to sublate itself in life, still very much around, and somehow throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Somehow, I don't know, jumping over this politics of the aesthetic itself, yeah, to become politics proper. But I think a lot of, I mean, that's a whole other debate, yeah, because a whole lot of problems pop up once you do that, because obviously people then ignore that there's still the bracket of art around all these kind of interventions that somehow backfire in uncontrolled ways, because the aesthetic structure is not thought about enough. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with regard to that. So I would hesitate to demand of works of art to have consequences, yeah, in this social political thing. I think these ways that it has a function socially is much more indirect, yeah, but very important. And then with regard to the second question, the question of transgressing the autonomy of someone else, again, I'm not sure about the autonomy, but I find at the moment that in the whole debate of freedom of speech and so on, yeah, that the right-wing strategy is to insist on their freedom of speech and understand it in a way that nobody's supposed to talk back. Yeah, and that was never the idea of freedom of speech, of course. So in this sense, of course, we should fight for, you know, intruding our opinion in public debate. And yeah, but again, that's also a big topic of the structure of the public realm right now and what's off and what should be done about it. So I restrict myself to these, I don't know, remarks.
Yeah, I don't know, I really got it right, but I mean, the consequences, I mean, it will anyway have consequences. I mean, that's the point. And so, because if you watch a film and there are 10 people spending 90 minutes in a cinema hall, there are consequences. I mean, and you better think about them before. I mean, of course you can't control them, and it's a nice thing that you can't control them, but at least you should be clear about the potential possible consequences of what is happening, even if they are so small. I mean, because there is definitely going to be an interaction if you want it or not. And if everybody's going out of the cinema, it's also a very clear way of consequence. So, but of course, Juliane is absolutely right. There are different time, also time spans involved. I mean, what does it mean, immediate consequence? I mean, I think for the films we do, it's more about reclaiming a space where you create a situation where things are getting slowed down and there is a potential space to ask questions and all that, which are not having direct consequences, but reclaiming the space for things that have a longer duration of development also, so that that our films are not daily tagesaktuell, I don't know how you translate that, like for the daily politics, but they are still there, and it's important that they are still there, and that even in 10 years maybe you can watch them and they still have a kind of a importance or whatever, or you get, at least you can read them and from a different perspective. So that, but that is something you have to fight for somehow also in a system of cinema, that you and system of funding and all that you insist on doing these films that whose success is maybe not directly measurable. So that is also that's about thinking about consequences. It's about reclaiming consequences that have a longer duration.
But in a way, what you said is true because of the text which exists about or next to the films, for example, or the books. Because our films, in a way, you always say it comes to life once a certain person has written about them and you read somebody else's writing about your own film, because then it's out and it begins to like swing between what we thought it would be and then what the other person sees. And that's why I think our films and our works, they live a lot through the text which other people write about them, because that already creates this space of thinking, which we also want to, translate to the cinema space or to whatever, a reading or whatever. But it starts with mostly it starts with someone writing about it.
This is the guarantee for the life of the film. I mean, so if some people who write about it manage to inscribe it in a certain discourse, it's there, and then it has the potential of developing longer consequences, because people naturally they will stumble over this film if they deal with a certain issue or a certain problem or theoretical question or whatever.
Yeah, like Hafenfight.
Like Hafenfight. Suddenly in the
academic
film, it's somehow inscribed in a certain discourse about archives, and if people deal with archives and film and how can films be made on archives, it's very likely that they stumble about this film, so the film is still be shown each day, even though it's like 15 years back or something like that. But this is only possible because other people took the film and did something with it and developed it further, and and not in the way like as Victor was describing, not closing it down, but taking it and develop something else with it, or use it as a reference, as a tool, maybe even to really work with films or think with the film and not only describing it. So if this is happening, that means we are safe, because the film at least has a certain life. Maybe it will be forgotten somewhere, but okay, that's also okay then.
I loved your term, the hand can think. The hand can think.
Victor, would you like to reply with a closing remark?
I think I can relate a little bit with Juliane said about immediate consequences, and what Philip said earlier about whether you have to make a film or in order to have some consequence, or you should make something else. Because in Brazil right now, there is a lot of debate and a lot of, not debate, people are using a lot the word urgency, everything is urgent, and the films are urgent, and the cinema is urgent, and the criticism is urgent. And I distance myself from that a lot, because I think it's dangerous. Not dangerous. It's a problem to think about that way, because if you want to have urgent results in a political struggle, for example, the best way is not to make a film. The best way is not to make a film, because a film takes time. A film goes through a lot of other channels to be alive, and it takes time, and then there is the consequences are more indirect. I think it's the direct consequences. You can do other things to achieve them. And there is a collective here in Belo Horizonte. They work together with a movement of people that occupy land in the city, urban land, and then they occupy this vacant land, and then they try to gain the terrain. And then there's a lot of neighborhoods that were built from that struggle in the last, I know, 15 years. And there is a group of filmmakers who work with those people, and they have a very clear understanding about that. If they want to achieve consequences, they shoot a film, they shoot a video, and then put it online the most quickly possible, and they use it as an evidence, as a proof in a court, or to help the people struggle. But they are also making films, and their films are very structured. Their films are, for example, there's a film, there's a long night of occupation, and the film is really delicate. You know, you have to be in a movie theater to experience that long night, and they built it very delicately for a long time, working with those people, filming those occupations. And I think they understand very well the different spaces. And the consequence of this film, for example, that is this long night of occupation, is not immediate. You know, it won't help the struggle of that movement in a precise moment, or to help them to you know, gain a terrain, or to secure their houses against police action, or against state action, which has happened a lot of times. But perhaps the consequence they want, not only as expanding our perception or expanding our understanding of these movement and these people, the consequences are indirect. The consequences are much longer. They remain for a long time. So and people often call their cinema of this group urgent, and I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that urgency is in itself a value for a film or for a work of art. You know, I strongly suspect that urgency should be a value in itself, and it's also a token right now. You know, I've read some fictional projects lately, and I don't know, 9 out of 10 of these projects were defending themselves as if they were addressing urgent issues. So everything is urgent, you know. A film that is going to take three years to be made because people have to pass to the Berlin lab and the Buenos Aires lab and you know, the London lab, and they defend themselves so as if they were addressing urgent issues. It became an opportunity for discourse and for it's a word that nowadays in Brazil, at least, it has lost its struggling value and became almost a market brand. You know, it's sadly.
Okay, so I guess we have to come to an end. Thank you very much for bringing back the aspect of time through the question of urgency. So we have made a full circle. Thank you very much to all of you, Philipp Scheffner, Merle Kröger, Victor Guimarães, and Juliane Rebentisch, for sharing the passion for what you do and your experience with us, and engaging in this discussion and tackling my complicated questions. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to meeting you in a week when this goes online, and it will stay online. So I hope we have participated to a larger discourse and debate around the question of autonomy. Goodbye, and see you soon.
Okay.
We've just listened to our first panel, Creation and Position, Autonomy in Art and Criticism, with Merle Kröger, Philipp Scheffner, Viktor Guimarães, and Juliane Rebentisch. I'm Juliane Rebentisch. I'm an artist, researcher, and cultural practitioner, and I've been part of Berlin Critics Week team since last year, and I'm very happy to be with you today. We're now gonna take a short break of 10 minutes, and we'll then continue with a lecture In Search of Incoherence, Desktop Aesthetics, Race and Practices of Non-Enclosure by the filmmaker Sunay Sansgiri. So stay with us and see you in a bit. Welcome back to our conference, Coherent Action, Incoherent Cinema. We are now going to continue with the lecture In Search of Incoherence, Desktop Aesthetics, Race and Non-Enclosure, Desktop Aesthetics, Race and Practices of Non-Enclosure by Sunay Sansgiri. Sunay Sansgiri is an artist, researcher, and filmmaker whose work spans from experimental video to animations, essays, and installations. He's interested in questions of identity, heritage, culture, and diaspora in relation to structural violence. We are very happy that besides the following lecture, his film Letter from Your Far-Off Country is part of our program, which you can now watch online. Sunay will also be part of our first debate, Facing Traces, on Monday, where he will be joined by Ruth Becker-Mann and Volker Pantenburg, as well as Francina Carbonell, whose film The Sky is Red is also part of the film program. Welcome, Sunay. We are very happy to have you with us today, live from New York, in your very, very nice apartment.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here and glad to participate so thoroughly in the Critics Week.
Yes, we're very happy to have several of your works with us. I think they're very precious, and all of our team thinks so. And yeah, we hope to be able to share this now with our audience. And yeah, I'm looking forward to your lecture now.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to share my screen for my presentation. Oops, many other slides. Okay. This essay was originally delivered and written on the occasion of the Alternative Research Forum at Alternative Film and Video Belgrade on the theme of desktop cinema, organized by Greg DeCour Jr. and Miriam DeRosa. I have since amended some of sections to extend to the moving image at large. As such, I encourage you to run with these notions as they relate to not only cinema and the moving image, but to time, being, and political action writ large. Bodies, limbs, faces, distorted and morphed, sutured between other bodies, limbs, and faces. A hand reading a book flows into a leg nestled in the backseat of a vehicle. I see a face sharply divided in half. That face could be my brother's, I think. This is the work of the camera turned in on itself, folded reflexively in a landscape outside of Goa, India, where my family is from. This is what happens when the camera can no longer comprehend what it is trying to see. When images, I ask myself if I'm any better at comprehending what I see. When images that were never meant to be in contact with one another suddenly come into contact, begin to touch one another and blend, what then becomes of that image? Halves, fragments, portions, overlaps, and shadows. These images form an incoherent picture of what was once a coherent whole. They are the amalgamation of a splitting of time, space, and movement, a movement so vast and deep in its existence that it becomes most difficult to capture or to be captured. In the interface effect, media theorist Alexander Galloway identifies two critical aesthetics within the interface, a coherent aesthetic and an incoherent aesthetic. Coherence, Galloway argues, tends toward consolidation, while incoherence advocates for dissemination. The former maintains stability, constantly incorporating more into its fold, while the latter flows outwards, seeking to dissolve boundaries and borders, and begins a process of its own unraveling and undoing. Coherence finds comforts with existing norms of centralized operations and representations of bodies and language with a degree of control, and needs a fixed subject bound by race, citizenship, and identity. Coherence has a highly articulate way of being, knowing, and knowing others. Coherence absorbs an otherwise or an elsewhere into its being. Coherence is viscous, it sticks to itself and is sticky, not just rigid. Coherence gathers, assimilates, and integrates, giving what is integrated no choice in the matter. In the analysis on the prevalence of white bodies in the trance and rave scenes that developed out of the flocking of hippies to the post-independent state of Goa, India in the 1960s, Arun Saldana writes of the, quote, viscosity of race in relation to the seeming ability for white bodies and whiteness to stick together while simultaneously absorbing difference in order to escape itself. Quote, viscosity enables a rigorous grasping of social spaces by putting the dynamic physicality of human bodies and their interactions at the forefront of analysis. Racial difference emerges when bodies with certain characteristics become viscous through the ways they connect to their physical and social environment. Race is a machinic assemblage. Thus, there is order. For example, there is a relatively stable constellation that can be called whiteness, but order is a shifting effect of many little connections and flows. Incoherence, on the other hand, adopts a strange hybridity, an opacity or creolization, as Edouard Glissant would have it, with an added element of unpredictability, where the act of being enclosed or encompassed, despite the demand to be understood and digested, is refused in search of something not fully comprehensible. In fact, incoherence demands the right to be ambiguous, to not have to justify its own existence, or to be responsible for the discomfort its ambiguity might cause. Incoherence is a site of slippage and instability, or rather works from sites of instability as an opportunity to pry open auspicious fissures, gaps, openings, and ruptures. In an interview with the writer and filmmaker Trinh T. Minh Ha, ventilates this opportunity. Quote, in adding, one has to learn to subtract, to let the wholes speak and work on the gap. The question is not that of putting two cultures together or one next to each other. What is at stake is the intercreation of the question of boundary. If the coherent aesthetic seeks to make the apparatus or an interface invisible, the incoherent, in turn, seeks to point to its edges, to its limits, and ultimately its Brechtian cage. Incoherence should not be understood in the normative sense. Incoherence is not necessarily unreadable or unintelligible. Incoherence dismantles the stability of the signifier and signified and obscures any singular definition. Incoherence, like identity, diaspora, and race, is in a constant flux, a state of eternal becoming, and never able to be fully assimilated or absorbed. Incoherence is a trickster. Again, turning to Saldana, this time writing on the flexibility of race to contribute to its own undoing and unraveling, he states, quote, race is always multiplying. It is the plasticity, the creative potential of race that is important, not its rigidity. Racial difference is oppressive, but its power lies in it continually surpassing itself through devious machinic connections, which means that it can undo itself too. In addition to the coherent-incoherent aesthetics, Galloway outlines similar structure for a coherent-incoherent politics. Coherent politics, one might assume, functions best in the realm of fascism, nationalism, or even liberalism. Yet at the same time, the conditions for a coherent politics exist within the progressive frameworks of Marxism or socialism as well. In essence, any politics with a particular logic to it that one can follow could fall under the category of coherence. Incoherent politics, then, would favor the messiness of these realities, one that remains ungovernable, without hierarchy, constantly changing, morphing, never settling, always fluid in its evasiveness and practices of non-enclosure. Incoherence acknowledges the reality of many politics, many divisions, many divergences, and encourages a diversity of tactics. Galloway relates, for example, Godard's more overt political work as having a coherent politics with an incoherent aesthetic. While on the other hand, Galloway places works by Billy Wilder and Alfred Hitchcock within the inverse, a coherent aesthetic with an incoherent politic. Many more suitable examples could be formed within these arrangements. I do not think that Godard, Hitchcock, and Wilder are the best examples by any means. I have chosen to focus on questions of coherence and incoherence within what some call the desktop film or desktop cinema, particularly my own works, rather than exploring Galloway's central understandings of the interface itself or his further classifications. Essentially, this essay posits that the desktop film can be more than just a tool for investigation or an evolution of documentary practice, and can be experienced as a way of being. To extend this argument to the framework of cinema at large would not require too distant of a step, as many desktop techniques are being more frequently integrated into films not considered a part of the desktop regime. It is perhaps only a matter of time before desktop aesthetics are more fully absorbed into cinema, or the line between the two is obliterated. Before we do this, however, I would like to locate and discuss some keywords used when talking about the desktop that require closer attention. We have, for example, the screen capture, whose origins lie in the creation of the camera, fashioned after military technology used for war and developed out of the desire to split bodies moving through space, encouraging the use of analogous terms such as taking a picture or capturing an image. The screen capture resorts back to these early imperialist terms serving to reify a carceral apparatus, holding an image hostage, seizing, detaining, or arresting an image. Other interchangeable terms include screenshot or screen grab. Likewise, the concept of found footage can be read serving to benefit one's vainglorious attempts at discovery, inheriting the legacies of colonial attempts at plunder, loot, and spoil. As Ariella Aisha Uzale writes in her epic Potential History on Learning Imperialism, quote, "Our approach to the archive cannot be guided by the imperial desire to unearth the unknown hidden moments." She continues, "It should rather be driven by the conviction that other political species were and continue to be real options in our present. We should not seek to discover, but to join with others." Uzale goes on in great detail to the depths at which colonialist and imperialist regimes across time perpetrated vast atrocities in the name of progress, quote, progress, and how these same operations are performed, repeated, and amplified in our museums, cultural institutions, archives, and in and by history and historians themselves. Yet for Uzale, there's an alternative, one that involves unlearning with companions in time. Quote, "Rather than going forward, undoing imperialism entails going backward, revisiting violent conjunctures and their effects, and giving those situations a second life, knowing that we live in their wake." What does this hold for artists and filmmakers then, whose works are composed of such, quote, violent conjectures, either through reappropriating footage from online sources, through official archives, or through illicit channels, and how do these conjunctures play out on the desktop? I turn next to the drop shadow effect, the effect at which provides users the ability to stack, to pile, and to compile, leaving that which has been assembled to only be partially visible and obscured. The drop shadow and stack above all else creates the false illusion of depth and hierarchy, where the dominant material is presented as on top of the other. The drop shadow is a distinguishing tool to separate that which is active from the inactive. The drop shadow offers for many an opportunity to compose a supposed multiplicity of views, a desktop bricolage, or perhaps an indication of the overwhelming magnitude and density of information, images, and a reference to the contemporary or the crushing weight of user experience on a desktop screen. Here, I am less interested in the window metaphor of the desktop frame, which has its history firmly rooted in Renaissance paintings, single-point perspective, Enlightenment-era empiricism and optics, than I am interested in the ways the dominant frame casts its shadow and its penumbra on the margins. In her book, Asia as Method Towards De-Imperialization, Quan-Xing Chen takes the allegory of the penumbra to rethink, quote, the development of hierarchical relations among different speaking positions and their subsequent unequal representations in the public arena. The allegory follows three positions: the subject, the shadow of the subject, and the penumbra, or the slight outlining of the shadow. Her analysis provides a quick example. Quote, if the structure is capitalism, the capitalist is the subject, the working class is the shadow, and the penumbra is the migrant worker who cannot be presented in civil society except through its mediating shadow. If the structure is the world system, the subject is the dominant race, the shadow is the minority, and the penumbra is the demon, the animal, the raw, and the non-human. In these three instances, the subject occupies a position from which a structural universe is formed and encompasses the other speaking positions. The subject is above other categories and controls the dynamics of the structure. So I ask again what might happen when these, quote, speaking positions are rearranged on the desktop, and how does the desktop film in particular subvert or reinforce these positions of center and periphery? If we are to take Saldana and Deleuze's concept of race and bodies as machinic assemblages, what form of a machinic assemblage is the desktop? Lastly, I look to the 3D rendering used in more recent, quote, new media hybrid films that at times find their way into conversations around the desktop film. To render, for example, means to make, to become, but also to make others or to cause. Render comes from the Latin redere, to literally give back, back, and dare, give. What, if anything, could 3D renderings give back when so much has already been taken? In his last book, Felix Guattari wrote of the unprecedented plastic universes offered by computer-aided design, to which, quote, technological developments together with social experimentation in these new domains are perhaps capable of leading us out of the current period of oppression and into a post-media era characterized by the reappropriation and re-singularization of the use of media, end quote. Likewise, the 19th century concept of animism should be paid special attention to here in relation to the 3D rendering or animation, as it should be of no surprise that the Western colonial impulse was one of designating what, whom, and where the qualities of, quote, being alive or being animated could be endowed. And so I use these examples of the screen capture, the found footage technique, the drop shadow, and the render as a way to look at techniques in the desktop film that might be analyzed through this coherence and incoherence framework. During a continued time of global mass uprisings, kidnappings, insurrections, violent arrests, and eradications of democracy, all of which surround and are a continuation of the founding of the nation state and the global world system as rooted in genocide, slavery, anti-Blackness, and settler colonialism, how might the, quote, incoherent desktop film serve as an example of a radicality that evades enclosure and creates the conditions for an elusive image born of fugitivity? Conversely, how might the desktop film and its components uphold and reenact those same oppressive structures? I arrived in Delhi a week before an entire Muslim neighborhood was burned to the ground. I visited the neighborhood of Shaheen Bagh, where for the first time in the nation's history, Muslim women spontaneously staged protests that spread like wildfire across the country against the backdrop of the Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA, and its offshoot, the National Population Register, NPR, and the National Register of Citizens, NRC, all of which effectively barred Muslims from becoming citizens in India. It was in this moment that the Kashmiri struggle for freedom, Azadi, which had long been active since the settler colonial project of India gained traction after independence and the partition, took full effect on August 5th, 2019, when the BJP's ethno-nationalist cleansing dissolved the Kashmiri constitution, shut off internet access, access to water, and halted transportation. In this moment, which has been dubbed the Shaheen Bagh movement, one could find the Kashmiri struggle, the Muslim struggle, and Dalit liberation intertwined as speakers at Shaheen Bagh and at subsequent protests across the country and across the global Asian diaspora made clear. It was a moment that screamed, yes, we are all bound to one another's freedom. This was not a moment for discreteness. This was indeed a fluid and porous moment. I remember seeing Malcolm X and Angela Davis books mixed in with books by Arundhati Roy, Faz Ahmed Faz, and B.R. Ambedkar, the Dalit caste abolitionist and founder of the Indian Constitution, as with other radical South Asian writers. Liberation, one could argue, is a site of incoherence. The question of ways we get free are many, and the freedom we strive for, to follow Angela, is a constant struggle. To struggle, then, is to live, and life itself is incoherent. Every site I then visited in Delhi or around the country was tinged with the sense of porosity, each site holding much more than it could bear on my 16mm Scopic camera. At this moment, I also found that the camera was behaving badly or acting up. My camera staged its own protest, and my images became incoherent, something recognizable, yet at the same time, something that did not want to be recognized. When I returned to the United States only days before Modi gave 2 hours notice to the Indian public that the lockdown would begin, stranding thousands of migrant workers with no ways to return to their villages outside the city, I began processing, both in the physical sense with my film stock and mentally trying to comprehend the vastness of my research, of my own lineage and my ancestors and this present moment. Over the course of my last 2 films, which have become a part of an ongoing series surrounding questions of diaspora, identity, cinema, liberation, and cross-continental solidarity, I have developed a practice of melding devices for communication, such as email correspondence, text exchanges, news tickers, Skype sessions, and more, with images of distancing, Google Street Views, drone videography, as well as more recently, hand processing and direct animation film techniques, among others. These 2 concepts, communication and distance, function primarily by the affordances of montage or by the mimicking of familiar desktop tropes, as I mentioned above, drop shadow, screen captures, etc. Often these elements are created to bring the work immediately to where the viewer might be seated. I made At Home But Not at Home in late 2019 before our era of confinement and isolation, knowing full well this work would travel and circulate mostly by desktop. Once again, in an effort to bring attention to the collapsing of time and space that was heightened by the advent of cinema, but exponentially accelerated by the widespread access to broadband internet, these works played on the incoherence of speed, time, and bodies on the one hand, and the amplification of global regimes of ethno-nationalism, neo-fascism, and genocide on the other. Why, I asked myself, did the rise of far-right regimes of extremism coincide with the erasure, or at least the abbreviation, of spatial and temporal distances between one another, and indeed entire societies writ large? Coherence and bodies are intimately connected. The body breaks down over time. It is constantly changing, morphing, and replacing itself on a cellular level. Yet the body remains a coherent whole. Following Deleuze and Saldana, bodies and race are machinic assemblages composed of many parts working together to produce a whole. In his reading of the 17th century philosopher Baruch Spinoza, Deleuze writes, quote, "A body, however small it may be, is composed of an infinite number of particles. It is the relations of motion and rest, of speed and slowness between particles that define a body, the individuality of a body. Secondly, a body affects other bodies or is affected by other bodies. It is this capacity for affecting and being affected that also defines a body and its individuality." Thinking through this, quote, infinite number of particles that Deleuze writes of, can we also think through the ways in which the digital and the analog function? The digital can be defined best by being composed of many discrete units that conform to a whole. Each unit is definable. Think of the pixel, which is the smallest addressable element displayed on a screen, or of the polygon, which helps a computer make sense of the 3D space by mapping an X, Y, and Z axis, millions of which it takes to compose a 3D image. Thus, the digital can be broken down into knowable parts, eventually reaching a limit. The digital is finite. On the other hand, the analog is perhaps defined by its fluidity, its continuousness. One cannot distinguish between where one part ends and where the other begins, or perhaps where one body or where one identity begins and where the other ends. Deleuze's phraseology of, quote, affecting and being affected reminds me here of a powerful passage titled to feel more than, from Fred Moten's Black and Blur, Consent to Not Being a Single Being. At the risk of following one quote with another, again, I feel there is surely a payoff forthcoming. Quote, if one is human as a matter of sheer biological determination, then to feel more human, which is only given to the experience of having been made to feel less human, is in fact to feel more than human, which is given in turn only in the experience of having been made to feel less than human. What if the human is nothing more than this constancy of being both more human and less than itself? The violence that afflicts bodies and the violence that bodies afflict, historically and presently, is intimately wrapped up with how those bodies are perceived, represented, and indeed constructed across media, religion, and race, to name a few factors. It is through diaspora that one comes to terms with what such violence creates out of the conditions of stretching movement, time, and space through the body to such an extreme that despite the ultimate goal of displacement and dispossession is infinite, vast, and not able to be dissected, though many forces may try, into discrete units. There's an infinity to diaspora that defines coherence, that works in opposition to a whole, a monolith, or a calculatable unit. This, quote, more and less than human follows the paradigm of the nation state and the globalized shared world, the self and other, one's home and one's not home. Coherence and incoherence, Galloway reiterates, might be best understood as aligned or non-aligned. I find no perhaps better literal parallel than the Non-Aligned Nations Conference in 1955, Bandung, when India helped lead the first African and Asian solidarity meeting with one half of the world's population represented, united in common goals of fighting neo-colonialism and imperialism worldwide. India left the, quote, non-aligned nations in 1989, the year I was born, and the year that began the process of nearly 10,000 enforced disappearances of Kashmiris to this day. Incoherence today might become the coherence of tomorrow. The question this essay poses is essentially how the desktop film functions through an analysis of the coherent-incoherent dialectic, and how we might be able to further extract insights into the positions and contradictions of identity, diaspora, race, and nationhood. Similarly, we might ask the ways in which desktop simula, quote, dislodges diaspora, as Gayatri Gopinath explores in her 2005 book, Impossible Desires, Queer Diasporas in South Asian Public Culture, stating, quote, the category of queer in my project works to name this alternative rendering of diaspora and to dislodge diaspora from its adherence and loyalty to nationalist ideologies that are fully aligned with the interests of transnational capitalism. A consideration of queerness, in other words, becomes a way to challenge nationalist ideologies by restoring the impure, the inauthentic, the non-reproductive potential of this notion of diaspora. Queering or dislodging diaspora, in essence, also works to destabilize the fixed position not only of sexuality, but of race, nationalism, time, and movement. The ability to move and to be moved in unexpected, improvisational ways. The sporadic gestures of a cursor gliding through terrains of thousands of miles away, tracing ancestral histories from the skin of a mountain mesh, isolating the posture of a hand during the first Intercontinental Conference of Asian and African Liberation. These indications, compiled through the screen capture, found footage, drop shadow, and rendering, serve as glimpses of incoherence, the unexpected, the slight shift of perspective, the dislodging of the temporal, the collapsing of the familiar into the strange. Whether the desktop film can live up to what I've proposed is not a question. The desktop film and cinema itself contain both coherence and incoherence. They have the ability to maintain and perpetuate systems of hierarchy, as well as the ability to scatter, dissolve, and overturn those same systems. This dialectic entails many open questions, some of which have been posed but not answered or settled. What happens when we begin to allow incoherence of our desktops and our screens? our political and social movements. What happens when we begin to allow the incoherence of our desktops and our screens to open up our political and social movements, our thinking, together as non-discrete porous entities unfixed within time and space? That by all means is up to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very intriguing lecture. I actually had to think again to a book which just recently have been published by Legacy Russell around the glitch feminism, which I think resonates a lot with what you are doing there. Also with this morphing bodies and the potential of the failure and glitch, which resonates in how you unfold incoherence and all the layers of incoherence.
Yeah, definitely. Legacy's work has been very influential for sure. Glitch feminism was one of the works I was considering citing for this, and which I'll probably expand on. But I think it had just been published as I was writing this, so I was kind of like, oh, maybe I'll give it a little bit more time.
Yes, sure. And it's something which I also wondered whether this is an ongoing form, how you want to work this essay form. I mean, it's the first time you created this kind of essay around how you work or your working practice. Yeah,
this was the first, this is the first opportunity I've really given myself. But it's also, I have two films that are surrounding these larger issues of identity and cinema and cross-continental solidarity in India. And so the first one, At Home But Not at Home, was made in 2019, first screened at Rotterdam in 2020, January 2020. And then the second film, Letter from Your Far Off Country, was made during my return, which I mentioned in this essay, was made on my return trip back right before the pandemic really took hold. And so that premiered in 2020 as well. And I'm currently on a third film, which returns to questions of extraction and preservation in Goa, in my ancestral homeland of Goa, with mixing more like folk tales with these questions of liberation, but also of neo-colonialism. And that film is titled Golden Jubilee, and I hope to release it sometime this year. So there's going to be 3 films that I know in the series. There might be a 4th, and I've written a treatment for a feature-length film, but we'll see. We'll see if that ends up happening. It might be several years from now. But yeah, that's all to say that this is this essay is the first time I've given myself the opportunity to really, I guess, theorize my own work in a sense,
Yeah, and I think it has a lot of potential for continuing and keeping with it. I think it's a very interesting way to have another perspective on the own work, like on these movies or whatever you're doing as an artist, to have to shift again. And I think that works really well. I'm very happy that I could pose you some questions, and I guess a lot of in our audience would do the same. And we have a Telegram channel, which you might have noticed already, but we will start this from tomorrow on with our first live panel. So you can save your questions, and of course we will continue the discussion throughout the week. And I mean, Sunil is luckily again a guest of us, so you can also save it for Monday. And thank you very much, Sunil. We will now continue with our program, which is actually a film program and the second and last panel of today. In the upcoming discussion, Imagining Coherence, the 2 filmmakers, Garrett Bradley and Kevin Jerome Everson, will be in conversation with the film critic Devika Gersh, who also has been part of this year's selection committee. Devika was the programmer of New York Film Festival's talks in 2020, which you can still watch online. So this is a warm recommendation from our side to do so. Garrett Bradley is a filmmaker who works across narrative, documentary, and experimental modes of filmmaking to address themes such as race, class, familial relationships, social justice, Southern culture, and the history of film in the United States. She became the first Black woman to win the Best Director Award in the US documentary competition for her feature documentary Time, which is currently available for streaming on Amazon and which has created a lot of debate in the US. Her film America was part of our program in 2020. Unfortunately, she couldn't be part of our discussions back then, so we are delighted to have her this year. She will be joined in the conversation by Kevin Jerome Everson, who is an artist and filmmaker with an extensive oeuvre of over 160 short films and 9 feature-length films. His works have been shown at MoMA, the Smithsonian, and Tate Modern, amongst others. His film May, June, July is also part of Berlinale's Forum Expanded this year. Before the discussion starts, you will see his short film Ears, Nose and Throat from 2016 and Garrett Bradley's short film Alone. So enjoy the films and the following discussion and see you later.
All right. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we hope you enjoyed the films you just saw, Alone by Garrett Bradley and Ears, Nose and Throat by Kevin Jerome Everson. I'm so thrilled to have both the filmmakers with us today to talk about the films and also larger ideas about incoherence and coherence in their very exciting bodies of work. And I'm Devika Girish, by the way. I'm on the selection committee of the Berlin Critics Week and really excited to be moderating this talk. So hi, Kevin. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, now.
Hey.
Where are you guys joining us from? Just so we can give people a picture of this very international conference.
I'm in California, very sunny California.
Yeah, and I'm in unseasonably cold Virginia right now. So, yeah, Charlottesville.
And I'm in Brooklyn, also cold and snowy. So envious of you, Garrett. And so, you know, this conference is talking about coherence as a theme, and we've just had a lecture by the filmmaker Sunil Sansgiri talking about searching for or seeking incoherence. And I want to talk about how you guys imagine the idea of coherence. Obviously, these are really, really broad terms that you can come at in so many different ways. So, you know, I'm excited to explore all those facets. But I thought that, you know, before we really jump into talking about the films, I wanted to open with a broader question. Something that Sunil says in his lecture is that liberation is a site of incoherence. And that's something that I find very striking, especially thinking of what's taking place in America over this last year and protests and demonstrations and how there are these visual fields of incoherence in a certain way. And I'm curious how both of you have responded to these events in your work, and you know how you think of making sense of maybe what seems to exceed images or language around us.
Jeez.
Anyone can start.
Well, you know, I mean, you know, Ears, Nose, and Throat was shot in 2015 or something. But
yeah, I should mention, I mean, both the films are, of course, you know,
yeah.
2017.
So they're not responding to the.
Yeah, but I'm curious how you're maybe thinking back, or, you know, just where you are in this moment in terms of your practice.
I mean, for me, I mean, you know, you know, last summer was no different from any other of my 55 summers, whatever. It's always been the same. You know, you always kind of fighting the ruling class on that level. So I think it was just for the dominant audience, I guess, so to speak, for what was going on, because I know Garrett's been dealing with these issues, and so have I. But I do it. I don't know. I like not really. I mean, you know, I can't render. I mean, what's been going on. You know, I just can only kind of just render, kind of make up my own little world, and put together these kind of, you know, unpack these like kind of relationships that I develop with people, because ears, nose, and throat based on. So I think Garrett knows this, but I don't know. But ears, nose, throat was based on, you know, my son was murdered in 2010. And then that's the eyewitness to it. And so instead of making a film about him, although my son's been in a bunch of films when he was younger and in his early 20s, but I liked this when I was in the trial. There was two, and then also I want to ask Garrett this question too as well, like the whole idea of like that was her testimony put the guy away because she knew both of them, and she was an eyewitness to the whole thing when she saw it on her porch. So I just liked her bravery and her strength and stuff, for her coming forward and stuff. And then so I became friends with her, and so, you know, we shot, you know, we just made up this. I mean, I don't know if I want to explain the film right away, or is that okay, I guess, so to speak? Like, I don't know.
Just go for it.
I'm not answering your question.
No.
I think the answer is no.
I mean, this conversation can be incoherent too.
Yeah. Well, because I like incoherence, because I like the abstractness of, like, you know, like I don't like, for me, just because she was living down, I mean, but the whole incident happened in Ohio, in Mansfield, Ohio, my hometown, but she was living in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Like so at the time, so I wanted to film her at her job site, and then so something happened at her job site, so I couldn't. And then so I thought about how to bring the external into the internal. So I thought about her getting this examination. So I actually called around, and my producer, Merle Kröger, she found a Black doctor down there whose name was Eric Mansfield, Dr. Eric Mansfield, the name of hometown. And then he was the ears, nose, throat guy. And I remember my daughter getting an ear test and just doing this kind of gesture with the microphone. So I wanted that to be part of it, but I wanted to talk about her you know, like what was her insights. And but then so we gave her, and then the doctor ended up giving her a real examination and finding something wrong with her vocal cords. And then so that became part of it, the whole idea of, like, you know, this woman's body straining to give a testimony, you know, so to speak. So that became part of it, whatever, in a weird way. But in a weird way, like in Coherence, see, like I have I think I sent a bunch of films about my hometown. For me, it's like, I'm always you know, because during the trial, she saw everything, and there was two trials. There was a mistrial, and then we had to go through the whole fucking thing again, which was a nightmare. And then the ruling class never believes Black American culture. Like, the reason why every major uprising in the United States is about police brutality, because nobody is listening, right? The ruling class never believes the narrative, the stories, right? So I have another film called IFO, where this Black guy, this cab driver, sees a UFO and nobody cares, but we only want whoever talks about it. You know, so the whole idea of the griot and the American storyteller. And then even in Garrett's film, the whole idea of, like, you know, going up for parole is actually telling like a narrative and not being believed by what the ruling class. So even being coherent about your story, you know, the ruling class sees it as you know, like they're incoherent about the story. So in ears, nose, and, you know, throat, she tells a story. But anyway, but during the physical trial, you know, everybody's sweating about, is the all-white jury going to believe her? You know, and so we're left to doubt by the ruling class. I don't know. I'll just talk. Yeah, I'm Garrett. You want? I don't know. Just
Yeah, well, I mean, what I'm saying too is like, I think what you just said is really important, and I just want to underscore it that the question, the prompt of incoherence or coherence is also bound by these same modalities of oppression and systems that decide what is coherent or incoherent. And so as both a Black artist, but also artists in general who are working in the form that I think certainly the way Kevin and myself are interested in working in it, it starts to push up against not even just the simplicity of what's coherent and what's incoherent, but how do we even think about the ways in which those things are defined?
Yeah.
And the way in which the truth or a narrative can be validated. And I think, you know, it's when you also, Devika, when you first asked the question, I was thinking about coherence. I also, Kevin, was thinking about how one of the things I love about your work so much is its obsession, in my opinion, with routine and with order and with the details and with the systems, the way in which things happen. You know, it's really a meditation on process. And that in and of itself is a type of coherence. And then what we're supposed to take from that, what we're supposed to glean from it, might delve into a place of incoherence, depending on who you are or what you're looking for.
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah.
You know, but I think for myself, you know, I would think about it maybe less so in terms of actually the outcome of the work, but more about behind the camera, like, so not necessarily what's being documented, but the nature of incoherence that just is life, right? And so when you are pursuing to make something, to document something, to create something, you are working through the incoherence of daily life, of all the things that you can't control, that you can't, that you wouldn't expect. And for myself, I'm trying to seek control within that. And that the purpose of control within that is to try to get to some kind of truth that I'm interested in sharing, that I see within the multitudes of truth that exist. And I think that's the beauty of making films, like, you know, just like the fact that or anything, music, anything that we create in the world has managed to, just like giving birth, it's managed to somehow get through the canals of the difficulty of what it means to actually physically manifest something, from the darkness of your mind to something you can touch and hold. And films actually are so elusive in that sense because we can never touch them. They actually always exist kind of in memory to a certain extent.
Two-dimensional.
Think, you know, right? Even in its execution. So yeah.
For me, a lot of it, I think that's why I end up editing my own films all the time, because it all happens through the viewfinder. So when I'm looking through the viewfinder, I'm like composing the whole thing. And you know, I remember years ago, I broke my foot. And then when we started shooting these things, and my students were helping me film these films, and they hooked it up. They made it look good. But then when I got the footage back, I was like, oh shit, it's like I found footage, you know, because then I realized how much like goes on just when I look through the viewfinder, you know, because I'm always, the students, well, they put, my ex-students, they're adults, whatever. They're very talented, but they put the camera right what I told them to and stuff. And then, you know, like film looked fantastic, but I didn't realize how much the execution was going on behind it was going through the viewfinder just when I looked through the lens stuff. Yeah. And so, and I can see time being that too. So, well, I never saw Alone until like a week or so ago. Yeah, Yeah. Oh, and you're in the New York Times today too. But did you see that? Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
Because there was a view of that show at the New Museum. So yeah.
Yes,
so there's a picture.
Yes.
Yeah, it just opened.
Oh,
I don't know when it opened. Yeah, but there's an article in the New York Times today, and then there's a picture of Alone, and then they give it a paragraph. So congratulations.
Oh, wow.
You're just rocking it. You're my hero. Like I want to be you when I grow up. No,
Kev, I'm telling you, dude, like I really, like, this is not just to, you know, butter you up. Like I really, you know, when I was in college and I was learning about, you know, I studied religion in college, and my mom was really adamant about me not going to like a art school, you know, as an undergrad.
Everybody's mom.
Like, no, that's not, it's not happening. But I mean, you know, in her mind, she was like, if you want to be an artist, you have to have something to say, which means you have to like know about the world, and you have to try to, you know, read books and learn about things that are not just about the mechanisms of making films. But, you know, I was watching Stan Brakhage and Maya Deren and all these films. And when I started seeing your work, it was really almost like this, what I say, like it was the same kind of moment of when I had first watched Killer of Sheep, actually, you know, where you it's almost like when you watch something that has come before you, and yet you feel like you are coming home to yourself in the process of watching it, because it's like you are seeing an externalization of what you intuitively feel inside of yourself as a filmmaker, in terms of your curiosity and how you want to share your own curiosity through the medium that you are speaking through. And I'm curious, like for you, like I want to know what were like what gave you like, why did you pick up a camera, and like what was your like what were the like things you started to shoot, and like how did you become so confident and comfortable in your own curiosity, you know?
I'm still I'm still like,
and if I may just interject there.
But you know when that happens.
Yeah, sorry to be
sorry. No, I just wanted to interject there with like, you know, I think Garrett's question is actually a great direction to go in, and thinking about like becoming self-assured in your own curiosity. And I'm just want to expand that into a question for both of you is, you know, the act of filmmaking and editing, like you guys were just saying, is like taking sort of life and then sometimes like imposing some kind of narrative or finding some kind of narrative in it. So I'm curious how you, I don't know, it is kind of an imposition, and that's why it has had a history in like colonial forms as well, you know, and sort of this idea of like imposing a certain almost tyranny on the material of life. So curious, like how do you find like your position in that, you know, this is the position from which I'm going to impose a perspective. So sorry, just you can go back to Garrett's question, but I just wanted to like maybe expand it a little bit for both of you.
Yeah, for me, it was like, because, you know, I come from the visual arts. My degrees are in fine art photography. And actually my Guggenheim is in fine art photography, like street photography. So, you know, Roy DeCavra, Robert Frank, and Gary Winogrand, and Diane Arbus, those are people I saw. So I did a lot of street photography. And, but also I did kind of sculpture and printmaking, so to speak, as well. But I would always be curious about the objects and elements that were in the Black American home. You know, the kind of, you know, I come from this kind of working class background, and the things that were like acquired and built and fixed and stuff like that, and the gestures and that. And then I started working I worked like, you know, I barely work. I mean, I teach, whatever. I've been teaching forever, 30 years, whatever. But I did have these 2 factory jobs, and the whole idea of the way the materials and the repetition of the materials and stuff, that kind of became more sculptural to me. And even at, you know, that 8-hour film Park Lanes, like the narrative for me, like in the film, is basically the objects, and then what the objects look more kind of sculptural or whatever. So then the whole idea of this kind of 3-dimensionality, and for me it was about these kind of minor things. You know, you're making the invisible visible, like these minor things that I thought that had a larger economic development within the community. And then, so just kind of bringing those in their light. And even, you know, my first films were about the prison system. I don't know if you don't want to see those things. Actually, my first film ever was at Sundance. It was like, it was about prison guards. And then for me, I remember being on a webinar with Nicole Fleetwood. She's got that great book and that show up and stuff. And then, you know, and then she had relatives that were incarcerated. But in my hometown, there was a prison. And then everybody worked there. So then I see it as an economic, you know, like, which is sad, because the more prisoners, the more jobs, you know, so this kind of thing. And then, so these kind of you know, in Black migration, how my friend, you know, so these kind of stories, although, you know, even Ears, Nose, and Throat, like what you do never know that was about a relative of mine. But, you know, for me, just like the abstracting these kind of narratives and making these kind of things abstract, I think was always important to me. Whereas the kind of way you'd make visual arts and stuff. So I just kept doing it and stuff, like, you know, and then so finding, like, I don't know if the thing's beautiful, but making the things like interesting. In fact, my favorite thing I made is my mom's coffee table. I just like, because I was a woodworker at the time. But actually, one of the new favorite things I made is I did, like, a guy named Eric Schmidt at the university. I've been casting tires from the old defunct. In fact, the show at Andrew Krebs that opens up this month. I've been casting like tires that were made from this factory that used to exist in my hometown. And then for me, like, I don't know if the viewer could see it or not, but I have confidence enough that the relationship from this object was an economic engine to this particular community, whatever, so to speak. So I just like do it. And then if people don't get down with it, you know, because I never cared about the audience. I always cared about the subject matter and me, you know, self-centered artist. Like, that's the thing. It's all about me. No, but when I look into the viewfinder, I'm looking at the subject matter. So then the work is always about the subject matter. And even when I'm sculpting or using what materials, the materials are their subject matter, just coming from a materials kind of way of making art. So I think that's somehow or another, I just became confident in making things and understanding the sophisticated relationships that go into the materiality. And then sometimes the materiality are people, you know, just because of the way light is reflected off of them and back onto silvered halide crystals on film, you know, so to speak, yeah. But be sensitive to the conditions of where these materials are from and the people are from, so to speak, yeah. Yeah, so I think in a nutshell, that's probably all. I don't know. Like, I think if you ask me tomorrow, I have a completely different answer. You know, but
Yeah.
you know, but
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
But I mean, for me,
Yeah,
I mean, you know, following your two, I mean, did time come first or alone?
Alone came first, actually. And that's how I met Fox, was in the process of making that film. Fox is in Alone briefly at the end of the film.
Yes, you know, so I couldn't tell if, you know, like I don't know, you know, I didn't know if you met Fox before you met, you know, that woman, and
Well, Lon, I mean, I met Lon, who's the central woman in Alone, in the process of making another film, my first feature-length film, Below Dreams. And, you know, I think like you, I mean, a lot of the people I make films with are just friends of mine, and in my community, people I actually know, you know, so I'm not like going out there looking for a project. They kind of fall into themselves. And I think that actually, Devika, like, to answer your question, I think that for me, it's not like, there's a certain kind of urgency or necessity that I feel, I think, before I go into something that first and foremost is probably informing my confidence, because it's like, it's funny, like, I feel like I start off in the opposite direction as Kevin, in the sense that I feel somehow really disconnected from myself. It's almost like, or I should say rather, that like myself and the reason why I want to make the film, I don't know where it starts and I begin. You know what I mean? It all becomes the same thing. And like, for me, like with Alone, for instance, you know, I had been going through like a breakup with somebody I'd been with for like a really long time. And I was like, you know, there were all these like self-help books and like, you know, meditation podcasts.
There are,
you know, there was
like, I should read those. I should read
those. There was like a plethora of resources, you know. And then when meanwhile, a girlfriend of mine is essentially going through the same thing to a certain extent, of losing somebody that she loves and can't be with the person that she loves, and not being able to speak to anybody about that because of the stigma around incarceration, even just pre-trial, you know, the fact that she was in love with somebody who was sitting in a prison awaiting trial for 1.5 years in a private prison, right? She couldn't talk to her mother. She couldn't talk to her friends. There were no podcasts or self-help books that were directly addressing this. And it was actually, and in her isolation, there was such a deep injustice, because it is a majority experience if we think about the amount of people that are affected by incarceration in America.
Absolutely.
And so for me, it became like, it became a form of not just my curiosity, but this needs to be talked about. Like, I can't in my own conscience not make something about this, you know? And I think that's ultimately what's driven everything that I've made, is this is a pursuit of justice, you know, and to try to address truth, you know, that is alternative to what mainstream media creates for us, you know?
Like, absolutely, yeah. That's interesting, yeah, because I mean, I should look for myself, Garrett, but I just don't, Well, I'm glad you had that breakup, because I love my man Alex. Like he's no joke, yeah.
I'm kind of curious, both of you in your answers, talked about a little bit about the audience and kind of the receiver. And I know, Kevin, you've often talked about how, your work is self-referential in a certain way, in that, you're not thinking about the audience. And I think somehow paradoxically, that actually makes your work more inviting to the audience, because you're really making the audience kind of engage and do the labor of making sense in a certain way. And I want to ask both of you, because this is related to the question of coherence. I think to a certain extent, a coherent film makes the viewer passive, to some extent, or at least that's my proposition. So how do you both kind of grapple with, okay, you want to take a stance and communicate a stance, but at the same time, you want the work to be inviting for the viewer to do a certain level of work? How do you balance those impulses?
Well, for me, I just get rid of Act 1. Just because I like that the people on screen are smarter than people in the audience. And then I think Alone and Time does the same thing, because you're just like, right. You're riding shotgun with them and stuff. And I don't know how you shot them having sex in the back of the car, but man, that's my favorite. I tell my students, that's cinema. That's cinema. That's my dream sequence.
Well, that's anyway, trust, I think, right?
I don't care if there's a camera here, or the car's running, or we out of gas. I love this woman, I love this man. I just start crying when I see that scene. But for me, it's funny, because I remember I just thought about this about a year ago. But every time I go to my hometown, Mansfield, Ohio, then I'll see my son's mom and my friends, and they'll describe shit to me like I've never left. That those like, yo, man, you know Pooh Black? I was like, no, I don't know Pooh Black. Yeah, you do. I was like, look, man, I can't remember. Like this, and well, anyway, and then so apparently I've been doing the anyway, so I've been starting my films off at this disorientedness of I just fuck it. I don't want any establishing shots. Just go right into it. And so I've been actually describing the world the way so maybe it's a Mansfield, Ohio thing, and I just didn't figure it out till about a year ago. But I've been doing the same thing. It's just we don't need the first act. Is the conflict is inherent, right? So we don't need to have this establish a shot and then have this kind of just when you script writing, you throw the character in in the chaos. Fucking throw the viewer in the chaos, and just go. Have the viewer kind of catch up, so to speak. So I'm into that, I'm into and then for me that's the connection with me and the subject matter, because I did a couple of cowboy films, and then these cats are like, "What do you want me to describe Calf Opens?" Like, no. no, bro, no, man, this is awesome. It's like cool, and then so I could see the weight off their shoulders, so they can just do, you know. And I was like, no, bro, no, you know, this is like gorgeous. Like, I'm not gonna. And in fact, you could tell me it, but I'm gonna edit it out anyway. But yeah, but I just like you know, like the beauty of it, so to speak. It just start with kind of like, I don't know. I mean, you know, because I remember you know, like great conversation of you and like Efron, and you guys are probably the best two filmmakers in America right now. Just when you did at the New York Film Festival and stuff, and you know,
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
oh yeah, that's right, yeah. I mean, you know, how you were saying that you didn't know that person, you know, this, you know, like Lon had she had the like the footage. You didn't know that until like you were done shooting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we didn't. I mean, but there was something, Tavika, you were asking though. I wanted to, because I had this thought that was
No, sorry.
You said, no, but you said something that was making me think about I guess the gaps, right? Kind of like, and like how the audience is, what the audience's relationship is to maybe something.
Yeah, and just like balancing communicability and this like sense of invitation for the audience, you know, and
yeah, because I think Kevin, what you're saying, like, I love that, man. That's gonna stay with me, like just cutting the first act, like cutting the intro, cutting the context, you know, and just going straight into the heart of things and to the details, and the details then offer the context potentially, you know. I mean, I think going between more traditional forms of filmmaking and then into, you know, films that exist in institutional spaces, you know, like silent films, you know, for instance, like, there is something really interesting about for me, it's like exercising different muscles, you know, and that just feels necessary. Like I get anxious just focusing on one thing, you know, like I feel like it's important to try to, because they inform each other, they help each other. And I think that the literalization of a narrative in traditional filmmaking actually, and this is something that Jeffrey Scholar, who I'm obsessed with, talks a lot about, like, you know, that literalization actually creates more gaps to reality than quote unquote abstract filmmaking, where you are actually experiencing things in real time, you know? And so I don't know if it's like, to what extent am I going to tip into one or the other from one given project to the next? I think I let the people I'm working with guide that, you know, and and I'm able to do that because I'm really clear about why I want to make something, and I'm clear about why they want to make something together. So our collective intentionality is what's informing the final scope and feel and form of the work. And I think like with America,
you can feel it too. Yeah,
you can feel it, you know. And I mean, when I was working on that project, you know, with on America, which was me basically trying to collaborate with somebody who had died 100 years ago, you know, and really trying to collaborate.
Right? Like that's in that first shot. Yeah.
Williams, yeah. Like,
and we showed that film last year at Critics Week, so.
And thank you for that, you know. Like, and I remember wanting to physically be there, but you know, that's another example of like, I had to, you know, the form was in many ways the ultimate form of that project. I felt was a reflection of the dialogue with spirit, you know, and how do I take certain facts, certain things that I know to be true, and find another way of telling them based on the limitations that I have, you know. So to answer your question simply, I feel like the form and the literalization of things and how we get information and how gaps exist is very much based on who I'm working with, you know, and how those things can be told in their best way, you know.
Or a way, or your way.
Or a way. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
you know, both the films that we've seen of yours, but in general in your work, I think both of you play with separating the sound and image and sort of in some instances, or creating something in that disjunction that's also a kind of like disrupting like the coherence of what we think of as, you know, cinema and its elements. Can you talk a little bit about that? You know, Kevin, before we began, you were talking about that scream in Alone, that is that kind of, you know, it's behind closed doors. And
that's
of course,
every relative like, what the fuck are you doing, Kevin? That's like, well, you know, it's funny, like that's a gender scream, you know, not like, you know, I mean, like no male in my family gets yelled at, but always women get yelled. You know, that's the first thing I thought about is like, you know, that whole ideal of like, yeah, I mean, like the women, like, you know, because they don't care what the dude's doing. Like, as long as you don't like go to jail or some shit like that, you know,
Yeah.
I don't care who you with, you know, hey, yo, you know, she crazy, but you know, whatever, you know, but that's like a total, I could hear my cousins being screamed at, but not me. I mean, I can come in the house with the same story as like, well, I mean, you know, she locked up, but you know, she can't come in on you, you know, that kind of thing. That's a total, I like that first thing I thought about was like, man, I could see my cousin Sherry get screamed, but anyway, but yeah, sound, yeah,
Yeah.
fucking shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, but for my thing is like, for me, it's the, you know, again, I come from this kind of sculptural art making device. For me, it's the cameras. So I've been shooting with an ARRI-S that is not a crystal sync sound camera. And so, you know, you can't, you know, I like building with that camera because you have to like get the image and get the audio. So nothing is like sound synced with those cameras, whatever. So that's why, you know, the audio is kind of moving around a tad bit, whatever, so to speak. So for me, it all depends on the device that I still like, I'm into what bronze does, I'm into what rubber does, I'm into what wood does, and I'm into what cinema does. So for me, if I'm shooting film, I want to expose myself, or you know, I would say that a different way. Like I want to expose myself or expose the viewer or expose the subject, because I'm dealing with the chemical process of silver highlight crystals being light. But if I want to record something, if I think something to be recorded, well, then I do HD or mini DV or something like that. So for me, it becomes to the core, because I learned about cinema just when back in the day, I love mini DV, one chip mini DV cameras, because in the mid 90s and the late 90s, those cameras had that recording. So the audio was more important, you know. So, you know, depends on, so I still go back to, for me, it's all about the materiality with the cameras and stuff. And then, so that dictates how I want to, so every year I come up with ways to have formal processes and kind of come to life. And then for me, like, just like in my sketchbook, I'll have like, you know, maybe this is mini DV or, you know, HD, or, you know, with camera, with lens. So, you know, it all makes a difference, because I treat film like a painter. Like you know, like instead of an easel, brushes, canvas, and paint, I have a tripod, camera, lenses, and film stock, whatever. So and then so the audio sometimes kind of like, you know, so like the devices I've been kind of using, it can't have audio synced up with it, so I have to kind of build it. So yeah. So yeah, that's just kind of a technical, formal way of how I make those things. Yeah.
That's so interesting. I mean, it's like coming out of the materiality of what you're working with, like almost like a, just it's like the imprints of what you have, and that's kind of informing these.
And for me, that creates subject matter for me too, as well. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. I hope you all can cut that out. I'm so
no,
sorry.
don't.
So
You gotta sneeze in the shit. I don't ever hear coughing and sneezing anymore. So it kind of reminds me of pre-COVID, where people used to sneeze and cough all the time. Now when somebody coughs, you're like,
call the feds.
Yeah, totally. So that's a good sound. Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt that though, but I've been just hearing what you were saying about like the fact that you have to actively investigate and work through the sound, even just to like that's just an inevitable part of the process versus, you know, sound that's just already attached to images. I feel like asks for maybe a more vigorous investigation of it. And I mean, for me, it's like music is such an important part of everything. And I try as much as possible to figure out the sonic landscape of something even before I start shooting it.
Yeah,
if I, you know, it's, you know, I don't know if Kev, if you do the same thing, but I'm like, if I'm trying to I really have to see something play out in my mind before I can start shooting it, you know, even if it's a documentary. And of course, those aren't the
No, yeah, totally. Yeah. Because you got nowhere to put the camera.
Yeah, it's like the language of it and the feel of it. And you know, and I've struggled, like I've really struggled in the past with certain things when I can't hear anything. And that's where I feel like then going to the sounds of the natural environment, like really building soundscapes based on just, I don't know, drilling or cars going by or wind or, you know, those are just, they're just as important as the images, you know, like they are equally as important, you know, I think to both of us.
Yeah. I don't use enough music as I should, though. I rarely use music. It's kind of weird. My next film is all music, but not as much as I should. For some reason that I just never, I don't know, it's bizarre. Yeah. I like when everybody else does it, but when I do, I'm like, fuck. You know, I'm not doing it. Like, I tried to score these last two films I made this summer, but then I ended up using the audio that was at the Black Lives Matter Plaza. And there was a kids playing, there was a drum line. So I had my sound person just record that. And then I ended up using that. Yeah, because I wanted to use roller skating music when I was young, but that didn't work. So I ended up just using the audio that was there. I just struggle. I struggle with music. Yeah,
it's difficult. And I think the other part of it too, that just made me think about, like, you know, having somebody go record, you know, in other environmental sounds is like the other thing that is kind of exciting when you think about sound is that, like, and this is something I feel like I'm talking about a lot these days, just about the sort of inherent challenge of working in two-dimensional space, you know, and only being able to tell stories one frame at a time, that sound to a certain extent becomes the exception to that rule, where you can actually speak to the simultaneity of what real life is like, that you can include the dialogue and the environment and all the sounds that are happening, maybe blocks from where you physically are, blocks from what you're documenting. And you actually, through the sound, it's one way of really getting closer to reality, you know, to the way reality actually is, not even how we experience it, you know, to a certain extent.
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm curious about, you know, categorization. You know, there's like, we understand the world, we kind of understand art in these some, you know, ways and categories and labels that sort of organize, you know, the world in sometimes restrictive ways. And Garrett, you did this conversation with Rommel Ross where you guys talked about Black representational space and the idea of how, in order to like transcend Black art, like the, you know, being perceived as or sort of labeled as Black art has to like achieve a kind of aesthetic transcendence. You know, it has to be magnificent or grand in order to be confronted as art. Well,
it failed on
well,
that
you guys
level.
complicated that. I don't think you guys like said that, but you guys kind of talked about whether that is true or not. But I wanted to pose that to you guys, because, you know, even pairing your films together, you know, to some, the only kind of axis might be that you're Black filmmakers making films about Black working class or, you know, lives. And I'm just, you know, wondering if that plays into your thinking.
Well, one thing actually I just want to say on that's really exciting and so important for us to remember is that, like, we created aesthetic, you know, so like the transcendence of Black aesthetic is almost like a moot point, because I really feel like everything that we've seen has come from Black art, you know. Cinema becomes a really interesting deviation from that, just by way of where the technology was created and how it was used in its most sort of immediate space, you know. And I think that's where it starts to get really interesting, is like, how do we reconcile those two things, and how do we think about those two things together, you know? And so I think that's the first thing I would say about that, is there's no, it's also, I think, really important to I try as much as possible to remove like aesthetics and traditions from my brain as much as possible, because I don't want to fall into them, and I'm also not interested in actively trying to work against them, you know. I'm not trying to be a rebel, you know. It's more about, how do you use a tool and let it, and allow it, when you have this object between your mind and the world, how do you get it to articulate the way you feel and the way that you think and see? That's different than being able to use your hand to paint, or to sculpt, or to carve, or to play an instrument. We have a machine that's in between our body and the thing that we are documenting. And so the questions that we as Black artists, or as artists, are posed with, just cinematically, is a very unique one, you know. And it's a challenge, but it isn't about surpassing anything, I don't think, so much. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that comes from the ruling class, what they try. I think there's a desire to define Black art at some point, but it could be anything, you know. It could be anything, but the whole idea of, like, you know, I always thought, like, you know, Black Americans, although we're 14% of the population, but we're half the aesthetic because of jazz and stuff, you know. Like, everything comes from jazz, so to speak, in this country, and then so the whole idea of for me, you know, the whole deal with the musical instruments and the materials, like the cameras and stuff, for me, they're all, say, these so just different kind of notes and stuff, so to speak. So I see them as kind of instrument. Yeah, like a hammer. It's like a total instrument. You know, so to my detriment, my classes, they beat my cameras up. And then it's probably my fault, because I always tell them, like, this thing's only a hammer. You know, it's what you put in it. It's more important. And I was like, shit, every time I say that, then I'm always in my office with a screwdriver trying to fix our equipment, because they're doing the same, because they're just treating it like I am, you know. It's just like little Kevins floating around, but that's how I see this stuff, you know. I just see it as like, I think there's always a desire to define it and stuff. And, you know, it's funny because you ever see this, I was telling Michael Gillespie, who says hi, Garrett, by the way. Yeah. It's funny because there's an old American television show called White Shadows. It was like about this white coach and this LA basketball team, Black basketball team. Well, the point guards of that basketball team, I think Kevin Hooks is one of them, and I can't think of the other one. But they are the most successful TV directors in the history of Hollywood. They're both Black, and they did like Knots Landing, and, you know, shit like that. It'd be cool if somebody would get their PhD on those two cats. You know, they're, you know, so people, like, it'd be interesting to look at those shows and see how they put the cameras, you know, so to speak. And for me, you know, interesting, because I know Arthur Jaffa talks about how like these materials are inherently white supremacist, because the way you, like, I always try to get my students to, like, don't look at movies to make movies, just kind of look at materialities around you, to where you put the camera, so you don't, you know, try to do what's been done before, so to speak, you know. But I mean, you know, again, I kind of what Garrett's saying, you know, I remember just when I came in the early 90s, we had this kind of almost same genre that people are doing now, like all the institutions and stuff, trying to get Blacker. But here, I think the language is different. From the early 90s was like multiculturalism. And then the white people were trying to get to heaven by having Black people, like, doing shit all the time. but now the language is different, so to speak. But I do remember there was a desire then to redo the wrongs, you know, to make films or make artwork that repositioned how Black people were being looked at, you know, so everything was hardcore representation, you know, so to speak. I think now it's a little different, you know, idea of not redoing the wrongs, but more just keep doing more rights. You know, so, you know, but then when people were redoing the wrongs in the early 90s, not everybody was doing that. But then the desire to talk about how we were represented still put the ruling class at the center, you know. And then I was just like, I was never down with that, you know. I was like, why can't we do anything? And then I don't think there's any white people in these two films of yours. Is it, Garrett? I mean, they're on the phone. They're visually.
Yeah, they're there.
I can't remember.
There's one or two white people. Yeah.
But I remember like, because you remember a couple of years is when I went to the Toronto Film Festival. It seemed like almost every film, the beginning of Act 2, some brother was getting shot in their car. And I was like, how many times and then having the son being murdered, you know, like I just can't sit through, like, why is, you know, so then you're still centering the ruling class, you know, so they're throwing us into chaos instead of, I don't know. I mean, you know, it just kind of drove, I just went off. I don't know, I'm just talking shit.
No.
Yeah, you gotta stop me. Somebody's gotta stop me. Yeah, but I just think,
it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But I think there's a lot of formal things that are going on right now that are fascinating. You know, like I like being old because there's a lot of younger artists and stuff, so it's kind of exciting, you know. Like being the senior man. I love getting old. It's awesome, you know.
But I think what you said, and both of you kind of, I think, saying sort of similar things, which is that either like conforming or subverting, like those just being the two options, just props up the existing hierarchies. I mean,
it's like
you're looking for something other than yes or no. There's
and then you know, and then I think this shit's too expensive to be centering a ruling class. You know, I ain't spending money on them. You know, I'm gonna spend money on myself. You know, it's just expensive.
Well, that does it. So I have a question. I mean, kind of a variation of a question for both of you. I'll start with Kevin. Kevin, you've made 170 films. Like how many? Or do you have a number?
It's like 180.
Including shorts.
But you know, there's a lot of them are kind of this. I don't know. They're variations of the same. Maybe
right and works. Why, or you know, kind of what drives the? No, it's we are very glad, obviously, that you make so much work because we get to see it. But what drives it, and you know, is there a coherence to it? Is it a body of work that comes together?
Well, I mean, you know, all the males on my dad's side, they pass away in their mid-70s. So I got like 20 years to figure this shit out. So I got so it gives me a kind of a ticking clock. But yeah, I mean, you know, again, I treat film like paintings and stuff. You know, I can't, you know, like, I don't know, sometimes, like sometimes when you know, film, it seems like film and architecture are the two most expensive art forms. And then and then you seem like you're waiting for permission to do shit. You know, it feels like you're always waiting for permission. I remember one time me and Colleen Smith were in Rotterdam, and these young Brazilian filmmakers, people were telling them to make feature films. I was like, no, you know, because then we'll never see them again. You know, I think they're making all these beautiful short films. Why can't they keep doing it? It seems like you're always waiting for permission to make things. And for me, you know, I make films that are long form, you know, like depends on the subject matter, depends on, but also too, you know, I come from photography where you make a body of work a year, you know, you have, you know, like the genre of fine art, but photography comes from books, you know, I mean, so that's the kind of thing, like, I just don't make one film. I just want to, because I'm trying to get to this using representation to get the abstraction, and this whole idea of having these films being self-referential. So every year I get closer to this, so to speak. And in a few years I get far away from it because I'm doing other things. And then also I'm making films with my colleague here at the university, Professor Claudrina Harrell, get this Black Fire series. So we're doing these kind of projects and stuff. So I'm just like making, I like making things. I just made all these sculptures. And so for me, it's all part of the same, I mean, nobody asks, how many photographs does Dial Bay have? Some of us got a lot of them, that kind of thing, For some other film is the kind of a thing where you count whatever, I don't know. I remember going to Sundance, people these people that interview, I tell people no, I made 5 feature films, and somebody's like, oh, so is it your first film? I was like, what the fuck kind of narrative is that? That's some macho fucking Orson Welles bullshit, right? It's what the fuck, some other, it's that kind of genre. I don't know, this kind of drives me nuts, whatever. So Garrett's got films long, short, just making shit. Just making stuff.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to ask Garrett. Alone and Time, you've described them as sort of sister films, and and what you made American, you also kind of translated a lot of these ideas into a show, which I know, both of you basically are working in gallery spaces and across, medias and forms. And whether you think of all of it coming together in a body of work, but I'm also curious, how the institutions that actually deliver these works to people, do they also influence what you're able to make? So I'm rambling, but my point is, you've sort of mentioned how you don't like the division between shorts and features. You don't like that there is kind of this different ecosystem for short and different from. Both of you have sort of expressed those sentiments. So just wondering, how you kind of put all these things together in your work or filmography, and what are the forces that shape that?
I mean, the force that shapes the work is the work itself, and is the environment, that it's made in, and the intention that I have in wanting to make it. I'm not thinking about the space in which this work should exist or can exist. It really truly comes from, what do I want to say? Why do I want to say it? How can we, because I work so much with other people, achieve that? And then that kind of informs the way it can be experienced. With America as an installation, there was an inherent challenge that I was really invested in, which was to create a visual chronology. How do I replicate history in all tenses of time in a way that is as accurate as possible? And to me, that felt like it needed to be physical. It needed to be something that people could move through. And so that informed, the reasoning behind it. That wasn't something that could be in a movie theater,
so when you conceived that film, you thought about that first?
Yeah, it was always first and foremost for me. Yeah,
because I only saw it I only saw it at Black Star. Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the single channel part of it was just, as when you start editing, you're like, oh, but there's all these versions you can make of something. And,
that's a story of my life.
And it can then
9
exist
Firefly
in
films.
Spaces. Yeah, it can exist in multiple spaces, and but I think that I would be remiss not to obviously address, okay, well, so if you are working with the New York Times, for instance, right? I submitted my idea I went to their website, and anybody can go to their website, and I just submitted it through their OpDocs. This is something that I'm seeing and experiencing. I'd like to make a OpDoc about it. And they actually responded 3 months later, and that's how I was able to make Alone. In that case, I knew where it was going. I knew it would be on this website and that it would be on a journalistic platform. And I was incredibly lucky to be able to do that in a way that was, I felt, intrinsic to how I wanted to do it. No one was telling me how to do it. And there was definitely negotiation of like, well, do we need to have title cards? Is there, how do we think about text as a way of expressing key pieces of information? And it was a negotiation that I think I ultimately was able to win. But I was able to win it because I think that there was a real intention behind why I wanted to resist that. It wasn't just because it was going to be more artistic, quote unquote, if I didn't have title cards in there. My rationale was, when we live in the real world, we don't have lower thirds when we meet people. When we're walking down the street, we don't have things being spelled out for us. We have to use our intuition to understand what's happening. And so I'm more interested as a filmmaker in a journalistic space to try to think about, how do I make sure that that key information, quote unquote, is unequivocal, just by way of being in it and experiencing it with people, not by looking at them, not by having something spoon-fed to us. So in some cases, the form is informed by how it's going, where it's going to exist. But I have not always had the privilege of knowing where something is going to exist. And so it always then really goes back to work, you know?
Yeah, I do the same. I think if I make a film for an installation, I want the subject matter to either light or color or go dark, for the space. But multiple of my films have been played in like installation form. But I think if I'm making something, I'm thinking about how it's going to inform the walk-in viewer, so to speak. Yeah, I think I did know that about America, but I think I maybe just forgot about that. Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah.
So I just have a final question from my side, and then of course I'd love to know if you guys want to say anything more. But I want us to maybe reflect on like coherent politics, and
I forgot about that.
Sorry. And kind of like what I think filmmaking is different from many of the other arts because it's expensive. It requires machinery. It requires a level of collaboration.
I mean, if you're trying to paint, is it cobalt blue?
I guess yeah.
Cobalt blue is like $120 a tube.
I think you're right, but well, let me make my point, and then you can reject it. No worries. But it is a big. Also, it's a big corporate structure nowadays, and if getting your film through to a lot of people involves a lot of different negotiations and a lot of different exchanges. And I'm curious if that is like it. Sometimes you make compromises that don't feel coherent for your view of the world, but there are exchanges you have to make in order to get a film out or get a film shown. Is that something you both grapple with? Yeah.
No. Yeah. That's why I teach. I mean, I haven't created a marketplace, although actually shit's doing well, but I haven't created a marketplace for this stuff. So But
even without a marketplace, there are institutions, right? I mean, films are shown by certain institutions, funded by institutions. There's so many different stakes and vested interests. And so, does that ever cause any confusion about?
Not for me. I don't know. No, it should, but I don't think. Yeah. No. I mean, I remember I met with people about, feature narratives and shit before, but it just went south, I mean, I wouldn't know how to make those. I mean, I probably wouldn't know how to make it, but I don't know. I mean, I just don't like asking for permission, I mean, I've gotten grants and all these kind of things and stuff before, but the people, I mean, it was generously enough that I didn't have to it had to be about this or it had to be about that, or so to speak. But I wouldn't know how to. I wouldn't know how to do it. I mean, I'd get I always tell people people, my family would ask me, "Man, why don't you direct a TV show?" I said, "Man, I'd be fired by lunch." you know. I mean, my restroom key would cease to open any door by like 11:30 that afternoon or that morning. But I just like making art. I just never, I don't know. I'm sure I have, but I can't remember, but I don't think so. No. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like though what you're saying, it does go back to this question of coherence, because sometimes it is not so much a matter of, it's absolutely not a matter of what one is capable of. Like, I feel like you've made feature-length films, like and you wanted to do some Hollywood shit. You could do it. It's just a matter of it's language. You know what I mean? It's like, you're speaking, if you can imagine, you're just speaking different languages, even if you're saying the same thing, you know what I mean? And some rooms require a certain language to understand something. And it's our choice if we want to speak that language, not because we can or not because we're capable or not capable of doing something. And I also think that that requirement of translation is changing because those rooms are also changing. And I think that the form, is also changing to a certain extent, I think, so, that negotiation that needs to happen is also just like part of life. It's not just the quote unquote marketplace. I think it's also like, when you go into, like, Kevin, even for you, like when you go into a scrapyard and you've got a camera, like you got to kind of explain like what the fuck you're doing, right? Like you're not just rolling up on people with putting a camera in their face. Like, there's a negotiation,
And then where I'm standing, where I'm sitting, trying to get out of the way. Speaking, Alex is doing this thing. I'm trying to get out of his way, kind of thing.
Right, exactly.
Like, so I haven't used that footage yet. Yeah.
Yeah, you should. I mean, I'm hyped to see it. But I'm saying, even then, when you take that footage and let's say you're working, when you're talking about the sound, or then when you start editing it, or even then once you're like sitting in a chair doing a Q&A and talking about the work, those are all different negotiations. Those are all different types of language, actually. The intention doesn't change, but the way in which you are speaking about the work evolves and does change. And so I'm maybe kind of working around your question, Davika, but I do feel like we have a lot more power as artists than we sometimes think we do. You know what I mean? And we are working against these old school expectations. But the beauty of it is, I think, to Kevin's point, the more we just lean into who we are, the more things will have to shift to revolve around us. You know what I mean? Because we are the ones that are creating the work, and we are the translators between the real world and the projected world, the world that is remembered, the world that is interpreting and bringing forth, understanding to the present moment. And so as long as the medium wants to continue to do that, to be relevant, it has to a certain extent come to the artist, and the artist has to know its own power, whether it's coherent or not.
You're right. And then of course I was flippant about my answer, but it's true. Like Gary got me thinking about because when I shot Park Lanes, that factory film, like I wanted a big ticket item. I wanted like a car or a dryer, because I used to make dryers in this factory, but I had to work in this factory. And then so I immediately start making it my own, like as opposed to, like right away. But there was like a lot of like, it took 3 days to shoot it because what I wanted was assembly line, but they didn't have it. So I had to like kind of, so I do have to make these kind of So sorry, I was a little bit too flippant.
No, not at all.
A brutal artist, it's like, I want it my way, That's
good though.
That's right though. But I do make, but I could make it work for me pretty quick. For some reason or another. I don't. And
it's your process.
No, what, Garrett?
Sorry,
what?
Go ahead, Garrett.
What?
I was just gonna say, it's like your process, I mean, like McEnroe, when he's like flipping out on the court, or when he used to, like that's that's what he needs in order to play. It's like method acting. You know what I mean? He needs that chaos in order to focus. Like our persona, the way in which we communicate, that's a part of us being able to get into the space to make the work, and it changes from one person to the next.
It does. Yeah, it's different from each person. I remember, the sports. I remember. I think it's why Michael Jordan is never a coach, because he can't imagine. And I have students like I see people like this too. Be a teacher, you got to be open and stuff. But I know people who can't imagine. Like Michael Jordan, he can't imagine why you aren't as good as he is. Or something, some people, I was like, you make a horrible coach. Huh?
Work harder.
Work harder. It's like, I'm working hard. So I always have to kind of like, obviously kind of like be open to like, it's like there's other ways of doing things and like stuff like that. You just got to be like, just got to listen, whatever. So, But I think we still want to bring you down here or up here or over here, Garrett. We got to bring you here.
I would love that, man. I'm ready.
Because I want to get you and Efron. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, he's up there at Bard. Yeah,
I would love that.
It's fucking COVID, man.
Do either of you have any, questions for each other, for the films, anything, any ground we didn't cover, any manifestos about coherence or incoherence that you want to share?
No, I'm just excited to know, Garrett. Garrett's been doing great. I mean, you had the best 2 years in the history of any American artist in the United States. I was like, he's everywhere.
No, we're in it together, and
everybody's got to, so we're in this big grind to get. We all got to be supportive, and I always like. There's a lot of
we all are ripping off each other. You know what I mean? Like we're all we're all influenced and inspired by each other, and like, it's a reflection of just much that's been accumulated,
I just remember going to New York like when I was younger and then telling people like, oh yeah, this is the kind of artwork I'm doing and stuff. People would be like, why are you telling us this? Because someone could steal your idea. And I was like, good. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not making this shit. But but for me, I like the kind of generosity of all these young filmmakers out there doing stuff and doing, super successful and stuff, and unbelievable. Like, there's a lot of good work being made out there, and Bradley here is probably one of the main ones. There's a bunch of y'all.
Thank you, Karen.
No. I'm always like,
you're like the godfather, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be here if you weren't here. No, really. Like,
I just I always like brag about you and like Adam Mendoza and all these people. Like, yeah, I know these people. I just tell my students because all I do in class is name drop for about an hour and a half, and then I start teaching. Like, oh yeah, look at this. You got to see this stuff. Yeah, it's good. Like good stuff to teach with. Yeah, it's good stuff to teach with. Yeah.
Having both of you in a virtual room. I wish it was an actual room in Berlin, but in a virtual room is really special, because I think it just showcases the kind of like range of work and the continuities that you're talking about, and in a really beautiful way. So, well, if we don't have any more comments, we've taken up a full good hour. So
I know Garrett's got somewhere to go and be and stuff.
Yeah. I don't want to keep you guys too much longer, but thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you. Kev, you're the bomb.
Of course.
Hey, welcome back. This was the first day of our conference. I'm really excited about all these different layers we were able to touch in the frame of the first day of the event. And I'm very excited about the next days and the coming debates we will be having. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us and following the conversations today and watching the films with us. There are, of course, many more films to watch in the program of the Critics Week, and we hope you check out our Eventive page and have a look at the programs. And when we discuss the films in the next days, we will we will all have seen the films, so you won't get our point without having seen them. And of course, there's the wonderful possibility of watching some of our conversations again. And this conference, we will publish it very soon. It will remain online tonight for a while, and at some point we will re-upload the final edit, so it might be offline for just a moment. Thank you again for staying. We hope you're coming back tomorrow. We will start from 6 p.m. Berlin time with the second part of the Coherent Action Incoherent Cinema conference. Tomorrow is dedicated to action and the future. I wish you a wonderful Saturday evening, and we will now all celebrate the opening of Critics Week over here. Therefore, cheers and see you soon.